Speak, Natalia.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
How's sound? Does everyone hear me well, right?
Yes.
Oh, hello. Happy to see you. Greeting to all. I am happy to say I'm really pleased you, if be honest. And we waiting for people who connecting. So now we have 60% online and our amount grows up. That's great. So, Hale, I want to thank you, everyone. So if someone don't know me, I am Natalia Strokovska. I am a director, I am a publisher, and I'm editor-in-chief magazine about treatment abroad, Dr. Geo, Dr. Spa. We are based in Ukraine, but mostly we work in CIS country, and we are like the bridge with clinics in Europe, Asia, with Russian-speaking area. So I welcome you in our audience and our atmosphere, and want to thank you everyone who accepted our invitation. Thank you for being healthy and not giving up during quarantine. And let's discuss our rules. So you can write in this chat, you can see you have chat button, you can write your questions to all of our speakers. Also, you can press button, raise your hand and ask question in voice if you wish. So it is discussion, it's not just presentation. So any speakers will have presentation in our conference, it's just discussion that will help to renovate your business. So 10 minutes for every speaker, and it is an interaction, so feel free to ask information that will help you to resume your business. And I want to ask my colleague to share a link with our program. I hope everyone have checked it already, but you have in our chat, please, my colleagues, please share link with program. And first, I wish to introduce our first speaker and ask Mariaantonietta Princivalle to open our conference. She is the founder of BookingsMed platform. So please, I would like to check your microphones. Sorry, guys. Please switch off your microphones, please. Please check microphones. Colleagues. Mr. Emre, please check your microphone. Okay, don't speak in the same time. So Maria is a hostess of our conference where we're staying. The platform started just last year and developing very rapidly despite the pandemic. So Mariaantonietta Princivalle is she is in medical tourism since 2001 and organized medical tourism workshop EMT since 2016. So this year she founded Italian Association of Medical Tourism. So please welcome Maria. Please, your word.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much, Natalia, for introducing us. I will be very short because we will have time in the future to contact you and to explain better how BookingsMed works. BookingsMed did burn thanks to the request of the buyers. So we do organize even an event every year since 2016, and it's a B2B workshop for medical tourism, and it was the first one permanent in Italy. And thanks to this event, travel agencies, medical travel agencies, did ask us a marketplace where it was possible to find all the information and to book in a very quick time. So that's why we did start BookingsMed. And for all the travel agencies, for all the facilitators, we reserve the commission integrally what we get from thermal center and clinics. So it means that we do not intermediate, and that's why it's growing so exponentially every day. We have registration of a doctor's clinic and
Maria, please check connection because we can't hear you.
And with
Maria, we can't hear you. Maria, check connection, please. Colleagues, please switch on your microphones. Maria. Maria, so okay, let's continue. If Maria have back connection, maybe she can explain how to work with BookingsMed some later. And I would like to introduce our next speaker. So Miss Violetta here. So this is Violetta Yanyshevska. She's the president of Global Healthcare Travel Council. The leadership of this is organization now for Ukraine. Ukrainian Association is a leader in this year. Every year the president changes. So Violetta, please tell us more about your association and what you have done for its members in connection with pandemic coronavirus. Please, your voice.
Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
yes.
Yes. Good morning, dear colleagues, dear friends. My name is Violetta Yanyshevska. I'm chairman of Ukrainian Association of Medical Tourism and the president of Global Healthcare Travel Council in 2090 and 2021 years. I personally know the most of the colleagues present here. And a couple words about Global Healthcare Travel Council. Global Healthcare Travel Council was founded on March 2013 at Monte Carlo, Monaco, with 12 founding countries, including Ukraine. During these years, Global Healthcare Travel Council joined the member from 56 countries. There are associations, councils, Department of Tourism in some countries, tourism boards, tourism ministers. And I am glad that in our today conference also some of our countries will present here. And Mrs. Fang from China, Vice President of Global Healthcare Travel Council, will have speech after me. There are many approaches to the description of medical health tourism market, many terminologies, but Global Healthcare Travel Council implements the rules and regulations in this market between our associations, our members. For the first time in a month, the main segments related to health protection were systematized as described in Amman Declaration. The main 8 segments are medical tourism, dental tourism, sport, spa tourism, wellness tourism, culinary tourism, residential accessible tourism. Half a year ago, when we described on the conference like this, the phenomenon of medical tourism, we talked about the fact that medical and tourism industry is one of the fastest growing industries that predictably show growth more than 20%. According different statistics, it's about 25–30% annually. The number of global healthcare travel reached about 850 billion in 2019. Who can predict this number today? I think no one. COVID-19 has affected on each industry in the world, on each country in the world, and mostly affected the tourism industry, included health and medical tourism. And of course, it substitutes health and medical tourism in order of cancelling all the flights and closing the borders of the countries, isolating their countries for controlling this virus. As we know, health and medical tourism industry has been collapsing since World Health Organization announced that this virus is the pandemic level in the world. The global travel and tourism market is predicted to see a loss of 100.8 million jobs worldwide in this year. Of course, this is forecast. And if we will not change our situation between countries, this forecast can be a real situation. The global revenue for the travel and tourism industry will be an estimated 446 billion US dollars in this year, a decrease of around 34% from the previous year. Additionally, this is significantly lower than the original 2020 forecast of around more than $700 billion. The fiscal damage to our industry, to the industry of medical tourism, wellness industry, due to the novel coronavirus is estimated at always $2 billion if the corona conditions persist across the world more than half a year. I am glad that today many speakers from many countries will introduce the actual situation in their countries. I believe that this description will help each of us to renovate our industry. In some countries will be implemented a mandatory mask regime, a social distance, visa regimes will be tightened, mandatory observation will be introduced, also like PCR tests in many countries. Some countries will restrict and try for a number of countries where unfortunately will stay dysfunctional situation with COVID-19. Of course, the health passport or special certificate of safety on COVID-19 also will be implemented in same countries. Many countries resume flights, ferries, cars. With a number of countries, of course, there are still restrictions. But I believe that such measures will save our industry and its representatives, our players. The most difficult period is over, I hope. Now is the time to join our efforts and save our industry and our patients, of course, because the patients will were needed to be treated can't saved. And our time for today is save our industry, save our players. Motto of Global Healthcare Travel Council, Global Healthcare for All. Please join and please together save our patients and save our industry. Thank you. If you have questions, please you can write in our chat and I will answer you. Thank you.
Thank you, Violetta. Maybe can someone wish to raise hand and ask question? So before we will invite next speaker. So we have some advertisement in our chat. That's great. Okay. So let's during our program. Next speaker from China. Greeting, China. We greet Dr. Xiao Fang, China International Healthcare Medical Tourism Association. She is the president. So Ms. Jia, she is also chairman World Health and Medical Tourism Conference and Expo. She is also Secretary General of World Tourism Forum in Asia. So how are you, Ms. Jia? Tell us about how you renovate after pandemic and when we can come to China for treatment. Welcome. Where is you?
Hello?
Oh, yes, we hear you.
So I go on to my short presentation and some wrongs with my video, but I think it doesn't matter for the sharing of the contents. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, good day. I'm president of China International Health and Medical Tourism Association and chairman of WMTCE, which is China's largest industry exhibition and conference focusing cross-border health tourism, medical tourism industries. Thanks for the invitation of Natalia and Moreira of BookingsMed from Italy. I would like to share the key points and topics on China cross-border and domestic health tourism market. As all of you know, China government has controlled the COVID-19 pandemic in the end of February. China tourism market is on stable recovery. Because China is world's #1 international tourist country, as for outbound tourist volume and international tourist spender, reported by UNWTO annual report. So it's more important for global tourism and travel market. According to the report from Civil Aviation Administration of China Government, CAAC, the number of China average daily flights stood at 6,538 in March and 6,950 in April. On May 15, China's civil aviation sector operated 10,262 flights, which was about 60% of the numbers before the COVID-19 pandemic outbreak, which means up to now, the China flights aviation industries is on recovery with about 60% before the pandemic outbreak. And the China travel agencies has reopened the business. For the cross-border tourism market, with lots of countries shut down of their borders, China cross-border tourism market decreased sharply in January and early February, especially during Chinese New Year holidays 2020. But we are expecting a recovery in June and July. Hello, can you hear me? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, go on, please. For the questions from the organizer, what are the new tourist requirements for the COVID virus pandemic? China government has set up rigid requirements for tourists and tourist industry companies. For example, all of the tourists have submitted digital health report QR reform, and all public tourist facilities are required for social distancing, limit tourist numbers each day, and guarantee the environment disinfection. And the China Customs have strengthened the quarantine for international tourists and visitors. For example, the COVID-19 nucleic acid detection at the customs and submit health report form to customs. I think it's very vital and important to guarantee the pandemic under control, both inbound and outbound. China include mainland, Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. There are difference and the policies for between the governments in mainland and Hong Kong, Taiwan, Macau. For example, in mainland, the China government require owners of companies and enterprises to submit a reopen application for approval to guarantee enough measures will be taken for anti-COVID-19 to guarantee the safety of employees and clients and tourists. So in China, we have no health passport. We call the administration approval for reopen for all of the hospitals, clinics, health tourist providers, and for the travel agencies and the companies and enterprises in the industries. As for the new rules for dealing with tourist illness, of course, we have the timely requirements for timely visit to hospitals, more detailed registration requirements for travel history, social contact history, clinical symptoms documents. So all of the regulations has updated. We would like to share more updates on new opportunities in China market after the pandemic. COVID-19 is more than global public health crisis. It's a humanitarian crisis and sustainable development challenges for all human beings worldwide. China has sent humanitarian aid to 150 countries and 4 international organizations with PPE and medical suppliers. And we had collaborated with China government and organized the anti-COVID-19 healthcare collaboration video conference and online training for 170 countries, including traditional Chinese medicine technical assistant training, and sent 26 medical teams to 24 countries up to now. We would like to share the traditional Chinese medicine TCM, the treatment for and rehabilitation for all of the infected patients, because TCM has shown great effects and has been listed into China government and WHO treatment protocols for anti-COVID-19 pandemic globally. All patients in Wuhan, Hubei province has got a combination treatment of Western medicine services and customized TCM treatment. We got lots of requirements from global countries asking for the online training for TCM treatment protocols to help them to fight the pandemic in their local countries. Also, we noticed there are more requirements for health tourists, especially for wellness tourism, spa tourism, and sports health tourism after the COVID-19 pandemic. And also there are high growth of telemedicine, mobile health, and online consulting during this pandemic from the late of January and up to now. So we think there are huge market potential growth for all of the health tourism providers. And we have collaborated with China government closely and launched the digital marketing solutions to global countries, governments, tourist destinations, authorities to help them keep connected, keep market access, and keep business communication with Chinese buyers and Chinese partners and Chinese health tourists. We launched the Health Destination Top 500 roadshow in China, welcome the destinations, country authorities, hospitals, clinics, resorts, hotels, spas to take part in. And we launched the Welcome Chinese Health Tourist certification, because the quality certification is very important to help the countries after the pandemic for confidence rebuilding. We already organized 3 international tourist conferences physically on site in China in April, in May, with hot topics and most welcomed highlights on smart health cities and digital transformation in post-COVID era, health tourist destination strategies and sustainable development, investment in digital transformation for better destinations planning and management, and also tourism industry recovery, investment, and economy development. So during our communication with all of the speakers, the governments, investors, the stakeholders on the B2G levels, on the B2B levels, and the B2C levels, we know that now the world has changed. COVID-19 is more than public health crisis. Please notice that consumers' behavior and psychology have changed greatly. For the fear of economy recession, worry about unemployment, impact of cancelled, postponed, and delayed travels and vacations, for the impact of medical and hygiene requirements, guidelines on the tourist experience and on-site medical services, and communication stopped and discontinued due to shutdown. So the consumers' behavior and psychology have changed greatly. So the innovation and sustainability are the new normal in post-pandemic era. So we suggest all of the stakeholders pay more attention to cybersecurity, big data analysis for target market, new products, design, marketing strategy, and market intelligence from your executive board members. The reason for we launched the Welcome Chinese Hair Story certification is that it's very important to help the hair story recovery through quality, safety, security, confidence, and responsibility globally for all of the destinations, authorities, and the governments. Okay.
Dr. Gia. Yes,
okay.
yes, we took time to the next speakers. Yes, so what just short question: what people should to do or should to have to come to China in nearest future? Just short answer, please.
For the inbound hair story in China, you should follow up the updates about the borders policies and the international flights between China and your countries, and also the visa policies. So with the we got the updates from lots of European countries that will open their international flights and visa in June and July. So after this reopen of visa and flights, you're welcome to come to China. For outbound hair stories from China to your countries, it's very important for you to pay more attention to the confidence rebuilding and the quality safety to guarantee the on-site experience and outcome. So by innovation collaboration, we hope a global hair story industry will come out COVID-19 pandemic be stronger, and the hair story industry will play and should play more important roles for global economy recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for listening.
Okay, Dr. Gia, thank you. Thank you for coming and share your expertise with us. So I wish to announce next speaker from China. This is Paulo Moreira, Dr. Paulo Moreira. He's the Director of International Relations of Mingdun Health Management, a Chinese agency dedicated to develop international healthcare services. So Dr. Moreira, please switch on your microphone. Are you here, Dr. Moreira? Dr. Moreira, he was here. Dr. Moreira. Oh, we conversed just a few minutes ago, so maybe Dr. Gia.
I'm here.
You are here? Great. So, Dr. Moreira, please tell us about how you're working with patients who wants to come to China for treatment. You're online, Dr. Moreira.
I'm online, yes. Can you hear me?
Not bad connection. Dr. Moreira, can you do something with your connection? Dr. Moreira. Maybe someone wish to ask something.
Can you hear me now?
Bad connection, just a bit. We hear not well.
Hello, hello.
Yes.
I'm here.
Try again, please.
Hello, I'm here. Yes.
Yes, a bit better without video.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Very bad.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I can hear you. Yes, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so I hope you listening. So I work with agency. Okay, presents. I'm director. Is based in
Dr. Moreira. So I think maybe we will give him a word after next our speaker. So Rahul Shukla, are you here? Please raise
Yes,
your
I'm
hand,
here.
say me hello.
Hello.
Yes,
Can you
okay,
hear me?
great. Yes, so for our next speaker, we will ask Dr. Moreira will come back after, and maybe he can do better connection and he will speak again. So our next speaker from United Arab Emirates. So hello Emirates, Rahul
Hello.
Shukla, Manager of International Patient Care and MC Healthcare. So please, for Dr. Rahul, what is the situation in Emirates and what is the new rules to coming to your country for foreigners?
Thank you, Natalia. I hope everyone can hear me, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak in this session and on this very important subject. It's indeed a very trying and testing time for all of us around the world, and particularly for medical tourism industry as a whole. You know, this industry was the first hit since the COVID situation came about, and possibly it would take the longest to revive. You know, and hence experience session like this is, you know, are very important to share, you know, the experiences of each other and learn from the best practices all of us has, you know, brought into practice so that we can, you know, come out of this situation. So possibly starting with talking about the situation here in the UAE, I must say the number of infected cases are big as compared to the size of the population, but you know, the country has taken a lot of steps to contain the situation. And if you look at the mortality rate, it is one of the, you know, the lowest as compared to the, you know, as compared to the global average. So this was made possible due to the government's effort to contain the situation by creating, you know, mass quarantine facilities across Emirates, you know, by setting up large hospitals. And if you know World Trade Center in Dubai, which used to host, you know, Arab Health and other big conferences, this whole place was converted into a makeshift hospital to cater to such COVID patients. Apart from that, if you know, government made sure that there was no shortage of ventilators or protective gears. In fact, you know, the Dubai airports have recently launched a PPE vending machine. So all in all, I want to say is that you know, Dubai or UAE as a whole has done, you know, large quarantine facilities, has done a lot of sanitization work, which is going on in a working mode at the moment. And, you know, they have done the largest number of testing per million population, you know, to detect, for the early detection and prevention of spread in the country. Now talking a little bit about the situation of the lockdown, you may know that, you know, UAE has started slowly opening up to leisure activities. We have started, you know, shopping malls, restaurants, beaches, cinema hall, and the government has recently given the permission to also start, you know, the elective surgeries, outpatients in hospitals and the centers. So for domestic population, all kind of elective surgeries, all kind of outpatients, cosmetic surgeries, IVF, everything is already started. And now the UAE is preparing itself in the next phase to start the international travel. Obviously, after you know, we expect there will be a huge demand of patients who are waiting to be treated from, you know, who are suffering from chronic disorders, lifestyle disorders, and who've been waiting for the international travel to resume. We expect them to start coming in as soon as this what we did since the lockdown happens. Once the lockdown was announced, first thing we did was we already had patients who were booked to come in the month of April and May. The lockdown was announced in the mid of March. So first thing, we started contacting these patients who had booked appointment with us. We connected our doctors with these patients so that our doctors could speak to these patients on how to handle they are suffering from, and how to take care of themselves while they're not able to get treated for this condition they are suffering from. A lot of comfort to these patients who are far away waiting for the treatment to start but not able to travel. So this is the first step we did, and a lot of patients now are in touch with us, our doctors, and they are waiting for the lockdown to get uplifted. And as soon as that happens, we see a lot of patients coming in. Secondly, what we did is we started our telemedicine campaign from our medical tourism partners. We asked our medical tourism partners to act as one point contact for all international patients in their respective countries. And by doing so, we asked them to take care of all kind of medical record handling, the scheduling of appointments, the payments, and all of that. So that whole campaign gave us a lot of telemedicine consults happening on the ground, and this was fruitful not only to us, as we were gaining a lot of popularity on the ground for doing such kind of telemedicine consults, but it also acted as a savior for medical tourism partners, who as their activities also slowed down due to the coronavirus. This whole telemedicine game was to our industry, as at least our patients could be connected to different facilities. For the first piece, I have already told you about the telemedicine services. Second thing is we started speaking to the foreign missions in the UAE, the embassies, the consulates in Abu Dhabi and Dubai, and we reached out to them and gave them support by doing COVID testing, by creating drive-through centers, by giving them reports within 24 hours. So this activity not only gave us a cash business to hold on to, but also this whole activity also brought us closer to the foreign missions. And there was this was basically a relationship building exercise for us, apart from the revenue generation we are talking about. So this kept us going for some time. Apart from that, we, as you know, UAE is a country with a lot of expat population, and these expat patients are stuck here due to the COVID situation. They're not able to fly out. And what we did is we reached out to our international insurance companies, rescue companies, so that we could give them support for their client base who are stuck in UAE, as we have got healthcare facilities spread over all over Emirates. So that was the second thing which we did, to salvage the situation. And yeah, that was on our part. Possibly, maybe I could just talk about some of the trends which we see developing post-COVID. And first of all, such trends which we see emerging after the COVID situation is that now international patients would choose a destination which understands the concept of social distancing, where there is a availability of personalized care, where there is transportation, local transportation of such sorts which understands the changes which have happened post COVID. So that's one thing which we see. Second thing is on the visa front. What we expect is, as soon as the travel ban is uplifted, the medical visas will be issued first thing to people who will show a certificate of COVID testing, negative certificate of COVID testing. And second thing is, as the vaccination come on ground, possibly we may see something of the order of how, in case if somebody wants to travel to Africa, you are required to have a yellow fever certificate. So possibly in days to come, when the vaccine comes on ground, possibly we will have to have that kind of certificate for getting vaccinated, and only then we'll be able to travel in and out of our countries. So that's the second thing which we see. Third thing which we see is the emergence of regional medical tourism hubs. So possibly international patients will try to stick to the neighborhood destinations which offer them treatment by not traveling so far and not spending too much time on air travel. As it's closer to their countries, they could cross borders, and it's cheaper for them. It's easier for them to to fly out or to drive down. So we think that there will be emergence of a lot of regional medical tourism hubs, which we see in time to come. Another thing which we see is a lot of these CME sessions which we used to do for our international community of doctors, a lot of these teleconsults which we used to do for our patient base overseas, they might happen over virtual platforms like these, like the way we have connected today, over Zoom calls, over different kind of remote consulting platforms. Many of the healthcare providers have already started acquiring these platforms, or many of them have started tying up with the solution providers. So all in all, we know that the post-COVID world will not be the same as ever before. But as a healthcare provider, all I can say is that we are prepping up, we are gearing up to receive international patients as soon as the situation normalizes and we are able to welcome our international patients again to the UAE.
Okay, Mr. Rahul, thank you. So actually requirement to have a vaccination from COVID, it's incredible things.
Yes.
I hope it will not happen, not be shit requirement. So, okay, can I ask Dr. Moreira, are you ready or not? Because it doesn't respond maybe here. Can join us again from Chinese. Oh, yes, please try to speak.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, great. Now it's fine. Please, your time.
Okay, well, I don't know what happened after, because I do a lot of webinars and TV interviews from the spot where I was, but I'm very just next to my Wi-Fi. So first of all, I'm editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Healthcare Management, and also for about a year, actually more than a year, almost 2 years now. I am the International Relations and Health Systems Development Director for a Chinese-based agency. So the agency is based in Yunnan province, but also has a number of partners in other provinces like Hainan and Shandong. So we've been involved in both inbound and outbound tourism from China. And what I would like to share with you now, it's well, we can go specific to some questions about China, but we already had a speaker that mentioned a few things there. But there's three things I'd like to share. One is the impacts on health systems of this COVID-19, and so bad impacts. Bad impacts included the collapse of logistics. So health systems around the world showed that they are not ready for a crisis like this. So what happened, that suddenly health systems didn't have some basic materials like ventilators, protective materials. Another bad impact was the speculation that happened on that area. So suddenly we see speculators selling all around the world ventilators and protective materials 500% higher than the normal prices. That was very, very bad impact. A positive, not so negative impact was that governments will now be under pressure to put more money into health systems. So COVID-19 is highly politicized. It's well beyond a simple virus. It has become a political issue. In fact, it has become the most important political issue around the world. So that means that we in the health system have a good opportunity to be able to put further pressure on governments to give us more money, essentially. So that's a positive aspect. One negative aspect, I'm mingling positive and negative, is that during COVID-19, there was negligence about any other patients. So we saw that all around Europe, we saw that around the world, that suddenly it is as if there were no other patients. No one cared about other patients. Only COVID-19 cases were important, and the system basically closed the doors to any other patient. This is negligence, and it's very, very negative. Its real impacts on people's health still to be identified. I think in the coming months, we will start seeing the result of not taking care of other patients. Now this, of course, will have several management impacts, one of them being that in many health systems, it's already obvious that there is an even longer waiting list for a number of diseases, a number of patients, and that will put some pressure on finding solutions. And obviously, solutions related to international patient services will be on the horizon, and this will be in different diseases. Some other positive aspects that came out of COVID-19 were the cooperation, and in this particular, China is a very interesting positive example. China has reinforced its cooperation in the health sector in many areas, exchanging professionals, exchanging technology, and now currently starting to cooperate with patients. So inbound patients to China will be a very visible trend in the very near future. So in the past, I wrote papers, and I've been around different places in the world in conferences about China. And in the past, there was this idea that, for instance, the Europeans will be able to attract a lot of Chinese patients. That happened in very specific areas, but in the future, there needs to be a revision of strategies about China, because what we will see more is European patients going to China. And that's new. And I think it's a very important aspect to discuss in this forum. Why is that? Because China has invested like nobody else in the world on health technologies. I've been around China for the past 7 years, and every time there are better hospitals with the most advanced technology, bigger, prepared to serve Chinese patients to start with, but very quickly will be able to offer services to international patients, and that's what already is happening. Two last things, as we're supposed to have just a few minutes. One is that finally COVID-19 had a very positive impact on improving the acceptance of digital health. So e-health, not just telemedicine, because when you talk about telemedicine, it's a very narrow vision of digital health. There's telecare, telehealth, and telenursing, and of course the more traditional telemedicine. So we have to distinguish within digital health the different areas, because only by distinguishing we are able to enlarge our services. If the focus for digital health with China or from China is only on telemedicine, the view is very narrow, and there won't be as good as possible diversity of services. And finally, one thing that COVID-19 showed a challenge is that health literacy in many countries is very low, very low. This is a serious problem. And it's a problem for everybody, but it's a particularly important problem for medical tourism. If people are low on health literacy, they can't understand why they should think about trying health services in another country. Naturally, we have a lot of information, like I have myself published a few articles and studies, but there's a lot of information on the reasons why people choose to go abroad for healthcare, so the motivations. There's a lot of information on deterrence. And on China, the study I published in 2018, late 2018, just to finish, was identifying that the key motivations for Chinese outbound medical tourists were that they were going out to another country in search of 2018 was likely to change because China will have the most advanced technology. So that was a motivation in the past, especially for Chinese patients in some areas, in some diseases, to come to Europe or the US, in some cases even maybe to India. But the advanced technology motivation is changing very quickly because the Chinese patients will quickly realize that there is no advanced technology outside China that they don't already have. So that's one motivation changing.
Okay, Dr.
Yeah.
Moreira,
Okay.
sorry,
Yeah.
we took time, our next speaker, so thank you for sharing your experience.
Okay, thank you.
Actually,
yeah.
it looks like China is the safest place on the earth now in this situation. So thank you. And I wish to announce now our next speaker. It's amazing person. And we can move by globe, so we're moving to India now. And I wish to introduce Dr. Prem Jagyasi. Dr. Prem Jagyasi is a award-winning global healthcare and medical tourism leader. He has traveled to 65 countries on the work with international organization and knowledge in medical tourism. So he also CEO of Dr. Prem and Associates, having partners based in 35 countries. So Dr. Prem, please share your experience and how our medical tourism sphere could be changing after pandemic. Your voice, please. Are you here?
Thank you for Natalia. Thank you, Maya, for such a wonderful webinar. I hope you can hear me clearly, right? All of you? Perfect. Yeah, thank you. So the best thing about this kind of webinar is it's very precise. So I am going to discuss very precisely on 3 simple points. One, which we are all talking about, the status of medical tourism right now and the impact. And second, we will be definitely talking about what are the solutions we are looking into it and how some businesses can sustain. So I'm going to talk only on these 3 points. Let me give you some facts and figures because we know that COVID has impacted definitely, but what are the facts and figures? So travel and tourism industry was forecast around 770 $712 billion roughly around, and now that forecast has changed for 2020 to just $447 billion, which means it is going to reduce by 35% the entire travel and tourism industry. More than 50 million people are going to lose job, and many small businesses will be out of business, and it requires at least 10 months regular business to recover the losses. This is in general travel industry, right? But what about medical tourism? We estimate that it has impacted around 18 to $20 billion loss of business. You would surprise to know more than 40% medical tourism facilitator business or businesses which were providing support services, more than 40% on a verge to go out of business. We maintain world's biggest medical tourism directory, and we regularly update them, and when we are trying to reach out to them, around 40% are unable to cope up with this kind of crisis. And there is a beautiful research and a study done by EU Forum which says that around 28 million elective surgeries were postponed. 28 million, right? In just 12 weeks. And if it extend more, it's going to increase more, because almost every week, 2.4 million elective surgeries are being postponed. The kind of burden it has created across the globe, to just cover this up nationally, it takes 45 days just to cover this up additionally. This means the loss of that 18 to $20 billion medical tourism and sudden elective procedure which were created, they will be huge. And as soon as COVID is over, or as soon as the country which are ready to jump into the medical tourism, they are going to see big number of patients. And some countries has already understood that. Some countries have already planned that out, like Turkey has already allowed 32 countries allowing for medical tourism. Cyprus has opened tourism. They are even giving insurance if anyone gets COVID while they are in Cyprus, they will take care of the expenses. Costa Rica is working. Thailand is also working to boost tourism. So it is undoubtedly medical tourism is going to stay here, right? But the problem was with the businesses which were purely dependent on the medical tourism. For example, Thailand's Bumrungrad Hospital was a 50% of foreign patients coming to them. So they are going to have a tough time to recover. Also, the medical tourism facilitator who were exclusively relying on this industry, they will have a tough time. So I'm going to, towards the end of my presentation, I am going to share some suggestion about how these hospitals as well as these agencies can still try to be in business, right? But let's talk about what is the interim solution. And I suggest that each country who is active in medical tourism should take the responsibility to open regional border. For example, Croatia has to do Adriatic region. India has to open for African Bangladeshi patients. Thailand has to open at least for Middle Eastern patient, and Malaysia has to open for Indonesian patient. If you cannot open global border, but at least in medical tourism, countries need to open, because there is a surge of 45 million patients after this, let's say 4-month, 5-month stoppage. At this moment, we are talking 28 million, but eventually there will be 45 million elective surgeries, especially even cardiac surgery, cancer treatment, which will be huge burden on any national system. And medical tourism needs to open up, not only to support the medical tourism business industry holder. No, it is not the reason. The medical tourism need to open to support everyone in general. So these regional places definitely needs to open up. Now, if you run a facilitation company, if you run a medical tourism services company, you provide interpreter services or other activity, or a hospital which has lots of medical tourism business, and if you are suffering, here are a few things you can do. Number one, there will be a huge domestic medical tourism. So if you cannot open up for international, you can actually work on regional and domestic tourism. Number one. Number two, there is going to be a huge demand of wellness tourism. Patients who were people, patient who are in one place locked down, they need to go out. And if they don't want to go to crowded places, they will definitely go in the resorts, get the therapy, treatment, come up with these mental condition, and there will be a huge boost in wellness tourism. Number three, definitely look into telehealth care, telemedicine solutions, and they are not costly, they are not highly technical, just like a Zoom, just like a Skype call. These are very easy to utilize, and medical tourism hospitals can start utilizing these things. At the same time, my opinion is that to work on the back end for us, for example, we run a very big publication business with 5 million readers. So at this moment, we are working on our content, marketing, and we are working on the underneath things a lot. And your organization can also work on restructuring your content, your backend, developing relationship, developing communication, reaching out to other people, have a relationship. Even if there is no business at this moment, immediate after lockdown, there is going to be huge business. So if you do networking now, it's going to definitely help you out. Also, association like Ukrainian Association of Medical Tourism, some Chinese association, I see that. I think so for associations and for government body, this is the best time to implement some protocols. We know that middlemen create problem in medical tourism. So this is the perfect time to launch the protocol. So all in all, I don't see medical tourism wiping out completely. I do see challenges, but I do see that if we work on it step by step, and if we work on the back end of the system, improve the protocol and improve the communication marketing, we would be able to capitalize on the losses problems we had. Natalia, I would be happy to take questions if there are any questions or if there are any point. That's the reason I was very brief and precise.
Yes, if someone wish to ask someone, you can raise hand and we will switch on your microphone. So please don't hesitate. Thank you, Dr. Prem. So we're waiting.
Just one point, I have shared a link in the chat. What we are going to do, because there are many speakers speaking, so we are going to create a summary of each speaker and write on the page. So I have shared that link in chat, and very happy to share the summary of all speakers. I think so. Maria wished to ask something. Anyway, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Prem. It's very helpful for us, and I hope we will use this content for in the future, because a lot of interesting and useful information for everybody. So next, I would like to invite our speaker from India, Dr. Abhik Moitra. Are you here? Dr. Abhik Moitra, president and founder of HBG Medical Assistance Company and secretary of Foundation of Healthcare and Wellness Promotion of India. His company, we have assisted over 7,000 international patients in the last 9 years. These patients have come from 32 countries. So amazing digits, actually, Dr. Moitra, congratulations. So please share information of when we can come to India. Actually, I miss India too much. Good to come to India in nearest future. Please share us this information.
Sure. Thank you so much, Natalia, for inviting me on this webinar. Hello and a very good morning to who are here on this webinar. I sincerely hope and pray that each of your family members and friends are safe and has survived not only COVID-19, but the consequences of this unprecedented event in our life. We call it COVID-19. The consequences of bad health environment is one, but even worse are the economical side effects that we are facing today. I pray as the world of medical tourism comes to a pause, all of us survive in some point of time. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Abhik Moitra. I'm president and co-founder of HBG Medical Assistance. Additionally, as Natalia informed, I'm also the secretary of Foundation of Healthcare and Wellness of India. Take it, but personally, I have found players to cover, so I will be very brief myself on variety of points so that I do not overshoot the times given. In these months, COVID-19 has put India in the global limelight. Just to highlight that in last few weeks, India has supplied medicine to over 126 countries around the world to fight COVID-19. We have sent our own medical teams to many countries to manage their COVID situation on ground. And to many countries, we have provided whatever knowledge we had of fighting this COVID-19 successfully on variety of internet mediums. You know, internally, the world agencies predicted that this will be a very catastrophic event for India, that we will not be able to survive this situation, and our cases will well go past in millions with a huge population that we have. And we are 1.3 billion people on earth in India only. Fortunately, we were able to, and our infection rates kept very, very low. In last 5 months, we have had only about 200,000 million. Our death rates have kept one of the lowest in the world, and as of today, it is at around 2.8%, giving us the reputation of a country with done worldwide. But the success has come at cost. We have to lock down ourselves for almost 8 weeks completely. And it is, we have started lifting this lockdown in a phased manner. Trust me, it is never easy to put 1.3 billion people locked inside. And we have had our challenges, which we surpassed with difficulty, but yes, successfully. Our international borders are still closed. We have not opened yet. We are hopeful that we will be able to open the spaces somewhere in July. The thought behind this is not only to keep imported infections low, because initially India had higher number of imported infections than homegrown infections. And so idea is to keep this imported infections low, and also to give a safe environment to those people who are coming in. Their safety is equally important. Not only India is one of the heavily visited tourism destinations, we also receive close to 1 million foreign patients every year. And almost 60% of them, that is 600,000 patients, come for tertiary and quaternary care. So we are responsible for saving around 600,000 foreign lives every year. And that is why we want to be sure that all these people who visit us, trusting us with their lives, we are able to keep them very, very safe. So currently we are discussing new protocols, and these are my assumptions. So because there is no government mandate which has come out, so these are just my assumptions, that as and when we open up, it will be a gradual opening. With opening of visas, Dr. Prem also suggested that we should open the neighboring country first. And this is also my assumption. Initially, the visas will be given to the countries which have been safer in terms of COVID-19, where the infection rates have been low. Additionally, there will be new protocols which are still under discussion. There might be a short quarantine period when a patient comes in, and within this quarantine period, we will be able to test. And if the COVID test is negative, he will be admitted in the hospital straight away. And or there will be an additional visa criteria, which is a COVID negative certificate. So these are additional measures that we are trying to see so that our country remains safe, not only for the citizens of India, but also for those people who are coming in from outside. Till now, the government of India has done a fabulous job in managing the situation. And I trust it is going to continue to do same kind of a good job in future also. Further, at the hospital level, we are taking utmost care of keeping each life safe. Within the hospitals, there are totally separate areas for COVID management, separate entry. There are a lot of divisions between the main area and the COVID area. There is a separate area for those who are there for testing so that they don't mix with COVID-19 patients and non-COVID-19 patients. And allow me to tell you that even now, we have many, many international patients who are here completing their treatments without any of them reported to have acquired any kind of infection. So we have been a very, very safe destination. Our hospitals have been very safe till this point of time. I would also like to inform you, as these patients are already here, international patients who were locked down with us in here, they were having limited finances, and we were able to help them with discounted accommodation options and even providing some of them free food, etc., so that they don't face any kind of financial difficulty. COVID-19 did change a lot of things for all of us, especially for those involved in medical travel business. Overall, it has been a process for survival of the fittest. Dr. Prem has also touched upon this point that many of the companies who had sound financial have still been able to survive with their teams intact, nobody losing a job. And it includes HBG medical assistance. We have been able to survive, all our team is intact. But at the same time, we cannot say the same thing for the smaller players or with players who did not have such sound financials. They had to either shut shop or they had to cut down on their costs and cut down on their team size. The number of queries, this was one topic that was given to me by Natalia, how the nature of the queries have changed. And let me suggest on that the number of queries have definitely gone down drastically. Not only this, we are also witnessing a lot of changes in the nature of the queries that we have been receiving. We are now witnessing a lot of queries on Ayurveda. Yes, I will reiterate the word Ayurveda. This is because since India's immunity is getting talked and it has become a point of discussion worldwide, then and how Ayurveda has remained a part of our Indian culture, a part of our daily life, and it has played a very important role in keeping the infections low in India. And that is why we are receiving huge number of queries on Ayurveda with a focus on immunity buildup. And these queries are ranging from the age group of 50 to 70. These people are trying to inquire how they can come to India and get an Ayurveda treatment to boost their immunity. We are also witnessing these queries. They are coming from new countries, those countries which are not our Indian traditional catchment areas. So Indian traditional catchment area is Africa, Central Asian countries, and Middle East. But we are now receiving queries coming in from countries like Poland. People from US have been inquiring, Norway, Peru, from Latin America has been inquiring. So there has been a new addition of number of countries that are inquiring with us. Further, our traditional queries of tertiary care remains. People have been inquiring on oncology, transplant from our traditional areas. And these queries have been flowing in, but their numbers have definitely reduced. The healthcare delivery related webinar, and I think Rahul has touched upon this point already, but we have received a great response on our CME webinars, etc. But our webinars focusing on future strategy were also taken up very, very successfully. And that brings me to the point that going forward, as much as healthcare delivery will remain a point of focus, how we are reaching out to the end patient and with what products, it may also change, and it will also a new perspective that will come in. The way I see the future of this business, and that is my conclusion points, the medical travel companies with strong fundamentals who can apply new go-to-market tools will do better. The conduct of CMEs and OPDs and on-site promotions, it may stop for some months because of restricted travel, and online reach out will become much more important. As and when the boundaries will open, the tertiary care patients will come first. Those who will come for oncology, neuro come first, especially those backed by sponsors. So the insurers and the governments will play a very important role because they are the people who are sponsoring these kind of patients. And how well we are able to handle these patients will give us strength to those who are waiting for elective surgeries. And as Dr. Prem has already mentioned, there are a huge number of people waiting for elective surgeries. But I personally feel they will still wait because of the low consumer sentiment that we have. And once we are able to treat the tertiary care patients, these are the people who are going to go back and talk about the trust that we are able to develop. And then these people face. Lastly, one of the things that will go in favor of India, despite that our healthcare facilities being world-class, our cost has been very, very low. With the increased dollar pricing globally, we are able to further adjust that inflated dollar price in our costings. So we are now going to be much more affordable, at least by 10 to 15%. And this will play a very important role in pulling patients which may have kept their decisions pending. These are days that we need to build trust. These are days of changes when it comes to changing consumer behavior, changing consumer sentiments. Please, I use the word consumer because patients are the people who are consuming our services. And this is also a time for changing consumer loyalties. And at a lot of future will depend upon how we are able to handle the expectations from our patients when the boundaries will open, because that is what is going to develop the trust. We at India, we are waiting for our patients to come back. We have served them in past with best possible results. And I assure you that we will become even better in times to come. Thanks, Natalia.
Thank you, Mr. Moitra. Thank you for sharing information. It's very useful information. It gives up hope for a good business with India. Great. So, and now we're moving to Turkey. I would like to introduce association UASTED. It's National Association for Medical Tourism. They have Mr. Yalchin Beret and the President Dr. Mehmet Kanpolat will speak with us. So, misters, are you here?
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great.
So what about Turkey? Please share information with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia. I'm representing also UASTD, besides myself, of course, Dr. Kanpolat's association. So they would like to say hi to you here. We are all together. Hello. So, the representatives and leaders of health tourism sector, participants, my name is Yalchin Beret. I'm attending the conference from Turkey in behalf of Dr. Kanpolat's association, UASTD. I'm also the head of the International Patients and Health Tourism Department of Akdeniz University Hospital, Turkey. I'm highly honored to be attending this event with you and chance to meet you here online. And if I may first, with my deepest condolences to the lives of in many countries due to coronavirus, and I believe that we will leave these days behind as soon as possible. To briefly share with you a few pandemic-related points concerning Turkey. During the pandemic, the strong infrastructure helped a lot in our combat against coronavirus here in Turkey. In addition to that, the medications or the utilization of the ICUs, the gaining this experience and transferring this to coordination to other stakeholders has been significantly determinant in the level of success. In the early outset of the pandemic, Turkey started utilizing thermal monitoring system at the borders to track already infected visitors with fever symptoms. The Ministry of Health also made some regulations. I would like to tell you briefly about them. The Ministry of Health has been in close contact with the Chinese authorities regarding the treatment methods they follow. And the medication might be helpful for the treatments. And the ministry ordered and stocked those medications as well, even in the preparation period. Stopping all the flights and transportation between those countries was the first move that we did. With the first positive patient on March 10th, much later than many countries that we met this pandemic, Turkey continued with lockdown and quarantine measures. All social events and the schools were cancelled at the first government declared lockdown for people older than 65 years old and younger than 20-year-olds. At the weekends, for the whole Turkey was subjected to this lockdown, no matter how old they are. Also, the Ministry of Health informed people about the symptoms very well, created a hotline, and for those with any of those symptoms were requested to call that line at first instead of directly going to the emergency rooms. After that, they were taken to the special pandemic hospitals by ambulance. So nobody just applied to the emergency rooms by themselves. They first called those hotlines and then they were picked by the ambulances. In Turkey, thanks to the strict measures were taken since even before the first positive case, tell that we have went through this minimum damage, thanks God. Turkey's health infrastructure was in a very good condition, and in no time we observed overcrowding in health institutions. The rate of the number of intensive care unit bed capacity in Turkey has been over the world average already. So in the worst period of this COVID pandemic, not more than 60% of total intensive care unit capacity were full. People were also attentive in this case. They didn't occupy the health institutions with health service demands which are not urgent. So directly related to COVID-19 applied mostly. That also helped us a lot for those who are working in the health institutions. So right now we can say that we have completely left this behind in Turkey. I mean, we can't say that completely we have left it behind, but we can say that we have stabilized it and we have taken it under control. Prior to pandemic, Turkey has been blessed with many advantages in the provision of medical healthcare services, such as we have good health institutions, as you all know here, well-qualified health staff, we have reasonable pricing policies. Pandemic period has not affected our advantageous status on health tourism. In fact, we believe it's just the opposite. Last week, the Ministry of Health has announced that the health tourism activities, which were paused in the last week of March, will be launched again. Health institutions were never in a bad condition during the pandemic, and they could get ready to serve in health tourism fields in a few days. For example, in my institution, Akdeniz University Hospital, we have reactivated organ transplantation, bone marrow transplantation, cardiovascular surgery units, and oncological treatments on the day of these announcements from the ministry, because we were already ready for that. Of course, there will be many changes in our lives and all the processes we have been through in our daily lives. But when it comes to health tourism in Turkey, I can't say that there will be significant changes because we are back in action just like we were before the pandemic. Those guests from, our guests from abroad countries visiting Turkey to benefit from the health tourism services, there will not be too strict changes. Of course, in the daily life, they will be subjected to simple hygiene regulations, but these are the matters in the daily life, not the health tourism services. In our hospitals, even before the pandemic, there were really strict hygiene rules and regulations, and they will keep receiving their treatments under those circumstances. About accommodation fields, the Ministry of Health Tourism created some criteria and given certificates and license to the tourism facilities if they want to receive tourists. For example, let me tell you about those. What kind of regulations are they? They are planning to do tests at the airports. Hotels will apply to some certificates and they will not be allowed to receive more than 50% of their actual capacity. For example, if they have a 1,000 bed capacity, they will be able to receive 500 guests. They will have to create separate quarantine rooms and isolated rooms, just in case. The restaurants won't serve open buffet anymore. This is not only for the tourism, it's all around the Turkey. And while picking the meal, the guests won't be allowed to touch the food. In the restaurants, they will maintain the social distance. In the swimming pool or beaches, there will be some social distance regulations as well. All the tourism facilities will be subject to inspection by both Ministry of Health and Ministry of Tourism on a regular basis, of course. And compliance and regulations and health standards will be ensured and will be controlled very strictly. Turkey has already been promising and providing high quality to our visiting patients in health tourism for many years, as you know. This certainly will continue, and Turkey is achieving more and more control and becoming a relatively safer zone in COVID-19 compared to many places nearby with the strict measures in our place. Our patients, when they are ready to visit us for their healthcare services, will be having the advantages of easy transportation because of our geographical location, as you know. It's so easy to reach here. We have very well qualified accommodation facilities, very remarkable natural beauties and good climate conditions. So anybody comes here for the purpose of health tourism services will be taking advantages of all these as well. You know, for us, one of the most important things is the changes in the costs of this services. This is concerning all of us, I believe. As for the cost of health services, as you, the professionals of health tourism, know very well that there are some criteria which determines the cost of health services. This was the same before pandemic, and it's going to be the same the pandemic as well. I mean, the criteria which determines those costs. This is the cost of the tools and the materials are used for operations.
Giorgio!
The situation of local money currency, considering the foreign currencies. Let me tell you about those, how we will handle those. In Turkey, except for some specific devices, all the materials are manufactured here in Turkey. This is one of our advantage. I mean, we are not so bound to abroad in the 90% of the tools that we use in our health services. Also, the rate of the Turkish lira against foreign currencies hasn't changed much during the pandemic. It was ups and downs, just like anywhere around the world, but finally it is stabilized once we started the health tourism activities again. So right now we don't expect big changes in the cost of the services. I mean, not the huge one, dramatic ones. The only difference we can predict here will be about the health insurance policy fees. There wasn't anything like pandemic, but there will be additional pandemic statements as well. This is going to, I mean, if the insurance is going to cover the pandemic treatments as well, the policies are going to differ.
Okay, Mr. Beriat, sorry. Thank you for because we have time and you have a question, please, in the chat. Please inform about providing who get infected on travel to Turkey. Will be covered by government without cost. Do you know how to answer on this question?
Right now, it is not under the coverage of the government because they haven't declared emergency situation, emergency case on that. There was never need for that in Turkey. But they are working on some regulations on that case. But as I told you at the beginning of my speech, they will do tests while entering the country, and while coming to Turkey, most of the countries are visa-free to here, as you know.
Okay.
They will ask for the health insurances at the borders, which will cover the pandemic treatments as well.
Okay, okay. So hope you are satisfied for who asked this question. And thank you, Mr. Beriat. And I will announce our next speaker, Mrs. Hale Tokmakcioglu. I hope I am correct. She introduced the agency. Mrs. Hale, are you here? Are you with us? Please switch on your microphone. Mrs. Hale, I saw you was here. Hale, please switch on your microphone. I see you. Yes. Please speak.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, great.
Okay.
So please tell us about your work with patients during pandemic and how you're going to manage it in near future.
So greetings to everyone from Bodrum, Turkey. And I would firstly like to thank to Maria Princivalle and to you, Natalia, and your team for organizing this global conference in order to understand the current status of each country during the pandemic. My colleague has given some information about the status of the patients. Now I would like to give more information on the tourism side. So today I am glad to share with you that Turkey has started its what we call new normal by 1st of June with the following rules and regulations that I will briefly tell. So starting with means of transportation, on 4th of June, Turkish Airlines starts domestic flights to 34 cities. International flights are planned to start on 10th of June with a mutual agreement of the other country. Bahrain, Bulgaria, Qatar, and Greece are announced to be the first phase of countries. Then follows Germany, Austria, Azerbaijan, Czech Republic, Switzerland, Japan, Macedonia, Lithuania, Hungary, Poland, Romania, Serbia on the 15th of June. Then we follow with Netherlands and Kazakhstan on 20th of June, followed by Scandinavian countries and North Korea on 22nd of June. So China, Ukraine, Moldova, Uzbekistan, Canada, and Sweden are planned to open the flights on 1st of July. Russia, United Kingdom, Israel, and Lebanon by 15th of July. Italy, Spain, Iran, Iraq, Saudi Arabia by 1st of August. And the latest plan is to open United States on 1st of September. It can be updated each day, but this is the plan of Turkish Airlines as of today. Besides our flag carrier airline, Turkish Airlines, which owns the largest fleet and slot, low-cost airlines such as Pegasus, Sun Express are also starting to fly during similar timings. All the necessary precautions are taken at the airports by the hygiene team, who will be following the social distances and checking the fevers of the people. All kinds of new ultraviolet equipment are supplied to all the airports to sanitize the luggage, and no cabin bag will be allowed inside the aircraft. Travelers without wearing a mask will not be allowed inside the terminal at all. Also, catering services are reorganized according to the new normal, with all the equipment being one-time use. All the hotels and restaurants which would like to reopen beginning from 1st of June are entitled to get a corona certificate from the ministry by fulfilling all the hygiene rules. Social distances is decided to be 1.5 meters in all restaurants, beaches, and hotels, And all these hotels will have a barcode on their walls from where all the precautions can be read by mobile phone. When we talk about medical tourism, you know, Turkey is one of the fastest developed countries in the recent 10 years. Government has made big investment on healthcare systems and international medical tourism. According to latest statistics of 2018, we have 1,060,000 people working on healthcare, including doctors and nurses. There are 36,000 health institutions, 1,550 of them being equipped with patient beds with a total capacity of 232,000 beds. Turkey now opens its doors to 31 countries in health tourism in the normalization process of the epidemic. Ministry of Health has reported that patients from 31 countries will be admitted as of May 20 as part of health tourism. So within the scope of acceptable terms and conditions of the patients who want to receive health services from Turkey, entries to the country, hospitalization, treatment, and discharge and isolation rules are expressed for patients and their companions. Accordingly, within the scope of international health tourism, patients from Iraq, Libya, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Greece, Ukraine, Russia, Djibouti, Algeria, Kosovo, Macedonia, Albania, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Romania, Serbia, Bulgaria, Moldova, Somalia, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, Oman, Germany, England, Holland, Pakistan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus are accepted as of May 20. So patients will be accepted for organ transplant and bone marrow transplant areas, orthopedics and traumatology, hair plantation, general surgery, pediatric surgery, urology, ophthalmology, cardiology, cardiovascular surgery, surgical oncology, gynecological oncology surgery, medical oncology, radiation oncology, neurosurgery, hematology, intensive care, and reproductive therapy. Aesthetic treatment applications will also be accepted.
Okay,
The
Ms.
patients...
Hale, 1 minute, please. 1
yes,
minute.
Yes.
Yes, yeah. 1 minute, you
Yes.
can continue 1 minute, so please, we have next.
I have 1 minute, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have, written all the rules and regulations, but I'll cut it short. There will be some tests at the airports and at the borders for the patients before entering the country, and then the intensive care units will be a separate detached service for these patients not to contact with other people. So I'll make it short. So the most important news might be that we have now 2 new hospitals, which are specifically pandemic hospitals with 1,000 bed capacity of each, one on the Asian side of Istanbul and one on the European side of Istanbul, which will be giving services to international clients as well.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Hale.
So,
thank you for sharing
if you have any
information.
questions regarding the rules and
Yes, yes, please. If someone will wish to ask something, please, you can put your questions to the chat. And we have the link for Facebook in the chat. With team posted screenshots from our conference, so you can tag you on Facebook. So, and our next speaker, Mr. Emre from Turkey. It's a Turkey Travel Agencies Association, TURSA.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Hale. Afanyali Health Tourism Committee Chairmanship. Mr. Emre, are you here? Please speak with us.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Please speak with us.
Hello, everyone. I think it's my camera's problem. I'm very sorry.
So please share information, maybe updated information about tourism in Turkey after epidemic, maybe something new that your colleagues didn't tell before.
So I think first talking to Mr. Hale, they are opening the domestic and foreign touristic in Turkey this week. Does the pandemic time in difficult world in Turkey tourism sector and health tourism care between the must on this aircraft flight and title on the this sector is opening. The Turkish government in this time pandemic and healthcare tourism or the other medical and the new very big to open the hospital. Only one, especially the hospital in the Istanbul Atatürk Airlines before from Yeşilköy. Now in the very big hospitality, air ambulance and the other service and the very big organization open the world. He's coming to patient in Turkey. They have no COVID-19 testing to all of the patient and PCR test. We don't on arrival in the airport coming all together, patient and family and the other.
Mr. Emre, where are you? We can't hear you. Are you with us? Please try to speak again. Mr. Emre? Mr. Emre?
Is it okay?
Are you online? Yes, yes, now, yes.
Very sorry. The Turkish government coming to patient in the airport. PCR testing will be done arrival in the coming patient and family free. Not need the date COVID-19. This year's and the healthcare tourism patients are not waiting level because this year the Turkish government of the course of the very country will lack hand this number of the Turkish pandemic industry health tourism maybe 5%, 4-5% waiting the other country in Turkey because not ready all the world in this health tourism organization. Step by step overcome to Turkey. And the Turkish Ministry of the Health, the other new hospitality and new technology, it's opened the door in Turkey. But so the other tourism, hotel, restaurant, and the other sector, friendly sector is open, but very different system. So one system, one system or the restaurant or the hygienic certification. And the other organization, restaurant or hospitality, completely new hygienic area, and the Turkish people hospitality, and new robotic system to ultraviolet disinfection system. This world is very hard and big marketing this time, and need webinar and the world all together, the communication this year's.
Okay, Mr. Emre, maybe you can answer on question. It was sent to Mrs. Hale, but maybe you can tell us as well. What about travelers carrying cabin luggage? So what is new rules? Do you know?
Yes, of course, and I'm listening to Mrs. Hale, and the new it's not opening.
So yeah, maybe you can answer or not. What is new rules? Maybe you're connected with Turkish Airlines. Can we take laptops to cabin carry luggage or not?
Turkish Airlines, but new systems and the customers' travel tickets, it's very high, and only just a little one baggage coming to arrival. And the Turkish Airlines, I think, is next month altogether opening the flight everywhere. But now Turkish Airlines stopped step by step to opening this all the world flight.
Okay, thank you for answering.
I say thank you especially for you, Natalia, and Mrs. Maria, and this organization, is everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you all Turkish speakers. Very useful information, and for Russian-speaking area, Turkey, it's favorite destination. So now we're moving to Georgia. I wish to invite Ekaterina Neparidze. Are you with us, Ekaterina?
Yes, can you hear?
Yes, Ekaterina, yes, we hear you. Ekaterina introduced Health and Tourism International Center. She's director. It is company #1 in medical tourism in Georgia, filled with professionals. So Ekaterina Neparidze, please tell us. I know Georgia is corona-free country. Is it true? And
yes,
when we can come to Georgia, what we should to do? Does we need to have negative test, and that is enough to come to Georgia? Please
okay.
tell us.
Hello, dear friends and colleagues. I'm happy to meet you online, and hope we'll be able to meet physically soon. I would like to start my speech with special thanks to the conference organizers, Princivalle and Natalia Strokovska, who gave us the opportunity to share the experiences with each other gained during this difficult period, as well as the changes that the pandemic has caused. I am pleased to share, as already Natalia told with you, that Georgia has become the center of the world's attention as one of the most effective countries fighting the pandemic. And I want in few words to tell about this. Georgia took precautions before the first case of coronavirus was registered in the country. Borders were closed, specially quarantine spaces were established. A 40-day mandatory quarantine period was introduced for all people entering the country. Relocating with public transport was forbidden. Public health and fever centers has been set very effectively. And most of all is important was that people were taken in quarantine even when having low body temperature. Restaurants and cafes were closed, and curfew was imposed. A mandatory social distance was established in shops and other public places. Of course, this prohibition came into force, and who knows Georgians, they can understand that it's very difficult for Georgians to have distance, because Georgians, by their culture, they like to sit with a table, dance and sing. However, we were able to take care of our health and also health of our relatives. Because of all these things, the cases in Georgia was very low, just 600, just 700, and 640 is already recovered. We have, unfortunately, 13 people dead. It should also be noted that during this critical period, up to 13,000 Georgian citizens being or living abroad returned to the country through special charter flights operated by the government. The relevant authorities have already begun to take care of all the important preventive measures that will allow both Georgian citizens and foreign visitors to use Georgian resource as soon as possible, so that their health will be not damaged. As for our organization, in particular, the International Center of Health and Tourism, as many of you know, is a medical care company that brings together patients and clinics, both at home and abroad. During this pandemic period, we tried to work and not stopped. We had two charters, special charters from Israel regarding these children, IVF children, and also we were working with Turkey, and permanently we were sending the patients from air ambulance and by the Reanimobile. And for example, tomorrow we also have such patient who we are going to Turkey for treatment. Our company received dozens of calls, and of course the most asked questions during the quarantine were about the coronavirus. There was also a great demand for online consultation with both Georgian and foreign doctors. Patients were also interested when it will be possible to enter Georgia and coming out from Georgia for treatment. In my country, medical tourism is a new and rapidly development field. Yes, medical tourism is relevant in Georgia. For example, Georgia has a large number of mineral and thermal waters. There are dozens of health resorts registered in our country. As it is known, local tourism will be opened in Georgia from the middle of June. And from the July 1st, the country will receive international tourists. As for the changes, they prevent the spread of the virus, all people should follow certain recommendations, such as a distance of 2 meters, personal hygiene, wearing medical masks indoor and in public transport area, and so on. We already know that the airspace with all countries will gradually open, and patients will be able to leave and enter Georgia. Restored relations with the Republic of Turkey in terms of medical communication already gives us hope for this. Finally, I would like to tell you that and repeat it, that on July 1st, the door of Georgia will be open for tourists, and we will be happy to host each of you. And we assure you that you will be very protected in Georgia. And last sentence, Georgia wine and cha-cha is the best recover from the stress after the coronavirus. And please, you can visit us. We will be very happy.
Thank you, Yeka. Cha-cha, we miss cha-cha too much as well. So if someone don't know what does it mean, cha-cha, this is drinks. So you should try, of course.
I hope so.
Great, great. So if any questions to Georgian speaker, please don't hesitate to put in chat, or maybe you can raise hand and to give a voice. So, lovely points. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Yeka. Thank you very much for your information, very useful information. And we're moving to Israel. And unfortunately, we lost our speakers from our association because it seems he got corona. So we wish him to be healthy and recover fast. And we ask for Mrs. Karina Weiner and Jakub Weiner from New Life Assistant Managing Company. It's for most powerful agency in Israel to speak with us and tell about share information about situation in Israel and what we should do to come to Israel, as I know some hospitals starting to receive patients abroad, right? Marina, are you here?
Yeah,
great. Great.
Mr.
Welcome.
Jacob will does this information, will provide this information.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm very glad to hear and see you all in these unsimple times. I hope you are well and so are your loved ones. Right, about the situation in Israel regarding medical tourism. Just as you said, some of Israeli medical centers have stopped international collaboration entirely. I do point out that some, because some others didn't. With them we collaborate quite extensively, like Hadassah Medical Center and a few others as well. In general, it's very dynamic. I can't really put a connection between the dots between change in the field of medical tourism in Israel and the COVID situation. However, I can point out profile changes in medical inquiries we received during 2020. I can point out that the medical inquiry profiles are more, so to say, difficult to treat or require at least a higher level of technology. I'm talking about cases like genetic orphan diseases, or cases like head tumors, like gliomas or astrocytomas, cases that require most advanced genetic panel testing and molecular mapping, like Foundation 1 or Cancer Hope. It doesn't really matter which ones, but the most advanced ones. As well as in some cases, bone marrow transplantations are required. In these times, where logistic chains have been shut down almost entirely, I am glad to inform that we are able to assist and provide solutions to our patients that were already in Israel in treatment when the whole thing started with the COVID and the isolations, and new patients arriving at these times as well. Online services have, of course, been prioritized, but once again, I don't want to connect those dots with COVID. In general, we provided and kept on providing online solutions. Our affiliated medics do this, we provide, as well as the second opinion online medical solutions, as well as well, there were some cases in which we provided it was entirely reprofilation of the patient because they had some sort of diagnostics already done in their source country, and unfortunately it's quite the script, you know, when the patients are getting re-diagnosed entirely, and we have to proceed with the medical picture from there. Changes in health tourism in Israel. Well, it changed drastically. I can't lie here because at the moment the borders in Israel are closed to foreign visitors. And there is quite the arrangement to be done to receive entry. There is a certain medical commission that reviews every case, and then after reviewing and approving the case, it is approved by a certain board in our Ministry of Healthcare. It's quite a quick arrangement. It happens in about 48 hours, and after that, the patient is granted entry. Not all patients are granted entry at this point. There is a classification of first priority patients, so-called. We are talking about oncology cases that cannot be delayed, bone marrow transplantations that cannot be delayed, and so on. But it really is from case to case decision. Conditions for foreign patients upon arriving to Israel. Well, as I said, there is a commission discussing every case separately, but afterwards, incoming patients from overseas are required 14 days of self-isolation. And if during those 14 days they feel a bit ill or their medical condition simply does not allow those 14 days of isolation, they simply go to the hospital COVID wards.
Okay, Jakub, so it seems to medical tourism, it's for recovering faster than simple tourism in Israel, right?
Yes.
Yes, you are right, because, well, some things should be delayed perhaps in such times, and some things really cannot be delayed.
So patient can come to Israel. So for a lot of people, it's important information, and so
This
that's
week
great.
we have 2 arrives in Israel of oncology child.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Great. So, and I know for Karina, you sending some pharmacies to other countries from Israel. So it is possible. It's very important.
Possible for our patients which was in early treatment in Israel, or which one received our protocols by pandemic period, and we are with a very difficult way, but it's possible.
Okay, okay. So thank you, team from New Life Assistance Company. Thank you for sharing information with us. And I would like to invite our next speaker from Bulgaria. Mrs. Sika Katsarova, are you here? Please speak us. Miss. Yes, but please switch on your microphone. Switch on your microphone. Mrs. Katsarova, she is director of Bulgarian Spa Association. So I know a lot of spa treatment can improve our immunity system and can provide some rehabilitations program for people who was infected with COVID-19. So maybe Bulgaria has some amazing recipe for this. Please tell us.
Yes, hi, can you hear me well? Yes, first of all, I'd like to thank you for the very well organized webinar, to Natalia and the people from BookingsMed platform. It's extremely important for us to have this opportunity to share experience and to see what we can do more in the health tourism industry. Yes, I'll start with the positive news in this really hectic period. Bulgaria is among the list of the countries with lowest level of sick people with COVID. I'll not talk about our brandy now because we need to be serious. The facts: on 13th of March, Bulgaria announced state of emergency, and immediately our government took very seriously restrictions to the whole country. The tourism industry was totally blocked. The government approved very strict regulations and succeeded to control quite well the situation. Numbers from today: 2,560 officially confirmed cases. On 13th of May, the state of emergency was cancelled, and step by step, economy started to recover. On 20th of May, the medical spa and wellness hotel and centers were allowed to work after the Ministry of Health approved the proposed main work plan for medical spa and wellness hotels and centers in the conditions of pandemic. The plan was based on the requirements of the World Health Organization and the internal legislation. I'm happy to inform you that since 1st of June, Bulgaria again is among the first countries who opened its border for international guests, both patients and tourists, without being put in quarantine. No quarantine is required for people coming from 29 countries. I'll say some names like Germany, Austria, Romania, Greece, Serbia, Macedonia, Baltic countries, etc. The list is with the countries is shared on the official webpage of the Bulgarian Foreign Ministry and the Ministry of Tourism. What's new for the foreign customers coming to Bulgaria? That they need and they are obliged to sign a declaration at your own risk when arriving at the airport. When talking about patients traveling for medical reasons, fertility treatment or dental treatment, for example, the same rules are valid for international patients, plus fertility clinics required a COVID-19 PCR test to be done when the patient starts stimulation, before embryo transfer, before surgery. Dental clinics, for example, working with international and local guests, decide if the customer needs a surgery, COVID test is a must, PCR test. When talking about rehabilitation after corona infection, here we need to be really very, very careful as the topic is still hot and the doctors are making studies. In Bulgaria, we divide. Can you hear me? Natalia?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. In Bulgaria, we divide the customers on two groups. Group 1, customers who have passed the virus without symptoms or with very mild symptoms. And Group 2, customers who have passed the virus with severe symptoms and damages on the respiratory tract or cardiovascular system, etc. For the Group 1, Bulgarian health destinations offered tailor-made programs for strengthening of the immune system and rehabilitation of the respiratory tract mainly on the first place. Through respiratory gymnastic, magnetotherapy, spa treatments, some exercises. We have climatic resorts located almost on the whole territory of the country. I'll start with the Black Sea Riviera, Albena, excellent place, St. Constantine and Helena, Sunny Beach. On the territory of the country, thermal resorts with climatic healing climate like Sandansky, Pavel Banya, Kustendil, Velingrad. also our mountains, Pamporovo and Borovets. For the patient from group 2, depends on the functional state of the individuals and the stage of damages. Some patients can receive rehabilitation, others not. Those rehabilitation is provided in specialized clinics for rehabilitation. If the infection has occurred the cardiovascular system, we need to be careful. So here we are still not sure which one is the right rehabilitation for those patients who have severe problems after COVID. Our doctors are still making studies, and I'm sure soon we'll be ready to announce this officially. I would like to point out, this is a philosophy and a statement we in the European Spa Association share. We are convinced that the comprehensive climatic and spa treatments stimulates the sanogenic processes in the human body and reduce the relapse of chronic diseases. Here, we, the health tourism industry, we need to point out that the most vulnerable to COVID-19 are the chronically ill patients, the elderly, and some other who have compromised immunity. After this pandemic, the world will not be the same. It is the time we set ourselves the task to commit ourselves to follow the rules of a healthy lifestyle. Here comes the role of the health industry to raise the overall awareness of the people, to educate about the importance of the health prevention and prophylaxis of chronic diseases based on the efficient use of natural healing resources, climatic factors combined with hydro, spa, and mat therapy. Of course, plus healthier nutrition habits. Prevention, prophylaxis. This is the key in the philosophy of the European spa resorts for the next period. Natalia, I can answer questions about Bulgaria. I'm really happy that we started. Of course, the process will not be easy. Many markets are afraid to travel. I would like just to say that Bulgaria is ready. We prepared our resorts to welcoming again international guests, and they will receive upgraded services. Hygiene, top priority, and the care of the health. Thank you for the attention. I'll be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Katsarova. So maybe if someone wants to ask something, and thank you for this prompt, your speech. You save our time. So just one minute waiting for questions. Who wish to ask something before our coffee break? So. Okay, thank you everyone. Now we're going to some short coffee break, and I would like to announce we start our program at 12:30. It's European time, Paris, Madrid, Berlin. So please check your time in your time zone. So, and I would like to introduce our draw. At 2025, before our next speaker will speaking, we spend 3 nights for 2 people as a thermal resort. It will be Terme Liguane, it's south of Italy. You can check information about this resort, about this terme. We will ask some question, and who will answer first in our chat, this person will be winner. So take your coffee, and we will meet at 12:25. See you. Treatment. So what you can treat? Of course, soul, it's a first, but what? Maybe joints, maybe skin, maybe woman health. Good wine, great answer. I like it. So, what's the main spa treatment you can get in Terme Liguane? So just Google this question. So toning, firming, treat vascular disease. So great, a lot of. So Anna Situk. So you are winner of our draw. So you're getting 3 nights for 2 people. So Maria Princivalle will send you voucher. Please share your email with us. So thank you. You're not lazy, you're checking information. Great. So, and we will continue our program. So we're moving to Jordan. I would like to announce Abdallah Al-Hiadavi, International Healthcare Business Development Consultant. So please, Abdallah, are you with us? Abdallah, are you hear me? Abdallah, please switch on your
Yes,
microphone.
can you hear me now?
Oh,
Can you hear me now?
Great.
Okay, fine.
Please tell us what is the situation in Jordan now.
Thank you, Natalia. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to meet with you here in this well-organized web conference, let's name it. And I would like to thank Maria and Natalia for this excellent organization, actually. I just want to give you a brief about the situation in Jordan, and I want to talk about like 3 main aspects or pillars the Jordanian government focused on during the beginning of the COVID outbreak. So the 3 pillars are the economic situation, the health situation concerning the pandemic, as well as the creativity and innovation, which is something very excellent the Jordanian government did, and I will explain more about the results or what we had before and after the COVID outbreak in terms of innovation and creativity. So the main focus for the government, in consultation also with the parliament that represents the people of Jordan, was either to do to leave it as is, and we will have like a big numbers of infected people, big numbers of deaths. Despite that, the Jordanian population is youth. About 80% from the Jordanian population are below 45 years old. So the answer was no. We need to keep it like very safe in terms of health system in Jordan, as well as we want to issue several policies that can boost the economy. So Jordan was the first country that took the decision of closing all the airports, all the borders, as well as doing like the curfew. Nobody can go out outside his home except for grocery. And slowly, gradually, they started to ease that type of policies and restrictions because they want to keep the minimum number of infections in Jordan. So currently today, while I'm talking to you, we have almost 755 cases. Deaths is 9. Total recovered are 550. So still 195 patients under treatment. The problem was to Jordan to deal with this pandemic is the surrounding countries to Jordan, especially the GCC area. Why is that? Because you know Jordan is like exporter to all the GCC countries, going from Saudi Arabia to Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, and there they had like a huge number of infections daily, around 1,500 for each country. And there were a decision either to close all the borders, even for import and export, or to keep it as is. So they open it only for exports. and we started to have a big number of infections without the truck drivers. But it was also controlled by the government because they created like a special zone at the Jordanian-Saudi borders to have not door to door, but at least the trucks and drivers cannot go inside Jordan. The government control was excellent in terms of doing random tests, in terms of tracking all the people that were together with infected people, and that was like an excellent control of the pandemic. On the economic side, the government helped all the sectors in Jordan to overcome this problem through like giving incentives of, on taxes, on social security payments, as well as the electricity tariffs. And we had like special fund in the Central Bank of Jordan that helped all the SMEs, especially with tourism sector, I'm talking in general, to overcome this problem and not to release the workers in these companies, because at the end we do not want to grow the unemployment rate. Concerning the creativity and innovation, actually in 3 months Jordan started to produce ventilators, Jordanian made, test kits, as well as researches about the vaccine and the medicine, especially Jordan, like a big producer of hydroxychloroquine. Before it was like not approved or not recommended by the World Health Organization, but Jordan helped in aiding in providing Arab countries with this medicine. As well as we started to grow industries that has like a competitive edge more than other industries. So now Jordanian are increased its capacity for pharmaceutical industries production, producing masks, uniforms for the medical care providers dealing with the COVID infected people. So I want to mean all the medical supplies related to the COVID outbreak are now fully produced in Jordan, and we export the extra to neighboring countries. Concerning the medical tourism and wellness tourism, actually we have like a pandemic committee. It's a consulting committee, and they are always sending the recommendations to the government before taking any decision. So concerning this issue, I think all the borders will be opened by the mid of July. But for medical and wellness tourists, there will be several like regulations to be met before they come to Jordan, like proving that they had a corona test before they fly to Jordan, 20 hours before they fly. Once they are in Jordan, after 24 hours, the test will be repeated again. They should be isolated in a hospital room or spa room, along with 2 companions, the maximum, and they should do also the same test. What else I can tell about that? Yes, there will be only several nationalities that are allowed to come to Jordan. Actually, the nationalities like the GCC countries and other North and Eastern African countries, they will be coming to Jordan, allowed to come to Jordan, but it will not be open for everybody. For the wellness tourism, I think gradually and cautiously, they will start with countries with low infections, number of infections, as well as we will take like a measure the number of performed tests every day. So any country that has like 8,000 plus tests every day, random tests, this will call like in the gray area or the yellow area. So they will be allowed to come to Jordan. I think it will include Georgia, Greece, Lithuania, Latvia in the beginning, and then gradually they will open for more countries. This is so far the situation in Jordan. What is good in Jordan right now, we started going to work gradually and cautiously. All the sectors are opened except events management companies, like what I do. So me and my sector, as well as the tourism, still not opened yet. Restaurants, cafes will be opened next week with special terms, health and hygiene terms. We started from like 2 weeks to report 0 local cases for COVID. What we have is only like expats coming to Jordan back. They should stay in quarantine for 17 days. Then they should stay at home quarantine, not hotel quarantine, home quarantine for another 14 days with a bracelet wrapped at their hands to be monitored by the health entities here in Jordan. So that's all I can tell about our experience right now. If you wish to ask me any questions, I will be glad to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Abdallah. Thank you. And we hope we can move via Jordan with just 2 days, maybe not 14 days with bracelet. Actually.
Yes, that's great. Actually, I want to mention something is that the countries in the world need to collaborate in this issue because, for example, Saudi Arabia was not giving much attention to this pandemic in the northern part of Saudi Arabia. So we had a lot of Jordanian truck drivers working in the transportation got infected and infected local peoples here. So I do believe that sharing details between ministries of health all over the world would help at least to control by 60 to 80% from what's going on right now. I hope the virus will be weakened, maybe in the summer it will become like a seasonal flu, and to welcome everybody here participating in a conference in Jordan to meet you in person.
Okay, Mr. Abdallah, thank you, shared our experience. So we should to move through our program, and we're moving to Russia. I would like to invite Mr. Evgeny Chernyshev. He's president of National Healthcare Travel Council. Mr. Evgeny, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Natalia,
Great.
Can you hear me well?
Yes, please speak up.
Dear colleagues, it's a pleasure to be here with you today. And first, I'd like to thank Natalia for having me here. No doubt, this is a great global event in the field of medical tourism. And this is a conference of friends, because as for me, I haven't seen lots of participants for years. So as Violetta has mentioned in the very beginning of the conference, a promising industry of medical tourism are now turned to be high-risking, and lots of healthcare providers and agencies and other types of businesses decided to stop developing international patients attraction in the future. So bad luck. However, today in Russia, our national border is closed, and we hope it will be open by September. So this fact pushes us to act. In my short speech, I'm going to share with you top 3 activities we are launching today to overcome the crisis of inbound medical tourism. As you know, 71 regions of Russian Federation are involved in medical tourism, inbound medical tourism, and it's up to 500 of hospitals and clinics in 8 time zones. And it's not so easy to make changes fast. Our first focus is education. Thousands of people involved in inbound medical tourism in Russia do not have special knowledges, and generally they are not educated to be part of medical tourism. That's why a month ago, in May, we started 36-hour educational course in Moscow Institute of Public Health and medical management. This is an online-based course for marketplace from Russia. Second initiative is about sharing best practices in developing medical tourism in Russia. In July, in St. Petersburg, we are launching acceleration program supported by a local government for regions, healthcare providers, and startups in the field of medical tourism. And third activity is to make changes in legislation, in federal laws and statements. This month, we have started collaboration with the State Duma of Russian Federation. The State Duma is a chamber of Russian Parliament. It is expected that changes we suggest let the inbound medical tourism market grow much faster, because we have lots of restrictions hidden in the laws, in the legislation. So that's it. These are our initiatives, what we now do. And this is very inspiring to see so many experts from different countries today. And I suggest to collect all recommendations we hear and publish it online. So thank you and have a good luck and good health.
Oh, you're so fast, so rapid speaker. So thank you so much. You allow us to be in time. Thank you, Eugenia. I know you have your conference today for all Russia. Is it true?
Actually, it will be in the 16th and 17th of June.
Oh, great. So that is why you are with us. So I'm happy having you here. Okay, thank you again. If someone wish to ask something in Evgeny, so please write to chat, or you can raise hand and ask by voice. So just wait a bit. Maybe someone wish to ask something. So maybe I know Russia, it's innovative countries, a lot of scientific creating. So maybe you have found some solution to decrease COVID-19, isn't you?
Well, to tell you frankly, I have no idea of how to overcome this problem. And now, you know, in Russia, the situation is still serious. We know the experience of Spain and other countries of Western Europe, and now we see that the situation is much better than it used to be. As for Russia, the situation is still serious. So we have. I can't give you any good recommendations or advice how to overcome it, because we're still in this crisis.
Okay, I know some Russian Association of Ozonotherapy, they do some announce about ozonators. So it needs just 10 seconds to sanitize clothes, skin, hairs. So I know it's a huge association in Russia, and I hope they can provide it on all shops, on hotels, because Ukrainian colleagues, they do it, and we provide ozonators on the entrance to the buildings. So, and now they getting European lessons, so, and they can to provide it in Europe. So, okay, thank you, Evgeny, and I will announce our next speaker from Russia as well. This is Ms. Yulia Odintsova. She introduced MedRise agency, and the company operates during 14 years already. MedRise company specialized on organizing medical services for requests for diagnosis, treatment, and rehabilitation, all areas of medicine, including rare and systematic disease. So, Yulia, are you with us, please?
Yes, hello.
Oh, hi. So switch on your microphone, please. What about patient requests? What do you do now with this request? I know you're getting a lot.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all participants. Unfortunately, my photo missed the place, but never mind. I apologize for the performance without the video. I haven't seen my hairdresser for ages. And of course, the overall situation after pandemic will be different. Let me make a contribution and offer my vision of the nearest situation in the medical tourism market. In my opinion, besides the usual preferences consisting of geographic and mental proximity, the level of development of medical services in a particular country, the readiness of hospitals to accept foreign patients, well-deserved reputation of a country medical system, language barriers, people will also focus on how each country has passed this difficult period, how its medical system worked, and with what results did the country emerge from the pandemic. In this regards, I have to say that the medical system of my country looks quite stable, which in my opinion will lead to a certain increase in requests for treatment in Russia. Therefore, the activity of our country will be adjusted in such a way that if previously our partners were mostly foreign clinics, almost exclusively, now this ratio will change in direction of domestic opportunities. However, it should be taken into account that those countries whose medical system has long enjoyed well-deserved respect and authority will not remain without patients from our country. Over the past decade, many people have formed a stable trust in foreign doctors. In my opinion, as soon as we are able to travel again without the risk of being quarantined, the flow of foreign patients will resume abruptly. Emergency patients who couldn't wait for their treatment have already received it at home. Therefore, at first, the renewed flow of requests will remain from elective patients who could postpone their treatment and wait for the removal of travel restrictions. Thus, at first, we should expect a sharp resumption of requests from the planned patients. However, in my opinion, this will be a short-term surge. Then I suppose there will be noticeable decrease in requests, and this cannot be associated with seasonal activities it was in previous years. This year, many people were forced to reduce their business activity for several months and to live on their own accumulated resources, remaining without regular earnings. Each family will need some time to make up for their financial losses, and this situation cannot but affect the total number of requests for treatment abroad. People will delay their treatment as long as possible, preferring to maintain their condition with some accustomed therapeutic measures. Therefore, the part of potential clients who could afford treatment abroad, but due to impact of the pandemic, they will be forced to weigh carefully all the pros and cons, whether it's necessary to agree with great expense and to go abroad for treatment, or better to find their doctors and stay at home while saving family resources. In addition, expectation of so-called second wave of pandemic will have its impact also. In this regard, we, as an operator of medical tourism, enormously need certain levels understanding and assistance from our medical partners. Let me explain what I mean. It is not a secret that the greatest difficulty of medical tourism operators is very low degree of loyalty of new clients when they make a request for the first time. This means that most of these clients require not one but several treatment proposals from clinics or doctors for its comparison. And eventually, we're forced to place the same request in 2 or 3 clinics, But that's a half of the problem. It's much more difficult to work with clients who have applied to several operators simultaneously and in parallel independently to the clinics. Therefore, the new conditions, we should take care of measures to improve the effectiveness of each inquiry. So in this new situation, we would like our medical partners to reconsider their attitude to remote work. And the conversation between a potential client with a future doctor, it is very effective in this case. In our sphere, there have been many discussions with varying degrees of intensity about telemedicine for a long time, but in terms of implementing this lever, there are many difficulties ranging from a purely technical plan and issues related to preservation of personal data. Not all companies are ready to start providing this service right now in the coming month after the end of pandemic. This will require the investment of additional resources, which will be very difficult to do now. Therefore, in this case, a good help in our work and getting rid of necessity to apply with the same request to several doctors can be a conversation between a doctor and the patient on the phone using a conference call. In other words, I'm talking about a full value conversation with a specialist for 30 or 60 minutes at a pre-agreed time and in the presence of an interpreter. This is a unique opportunity for the client to discuss the situation and the plan of the future treatment with the doctor in all details before to make payment for an expensive treatment program. Of course, such an opportunity should be provided on the basis of a complete medical file. Medrise has already conducted several similar consultations in the past month, and I must say that each time we received a 100% result, because a conversation with a doctor is something especially important for a person who is excited about having to make a difficult decision. Thus, in addition to the already well-established tools like consultation or conclusion of the tumor board for onco patients, or obtaining a detailed written opinion, the so-called second opinion of a specialist, we offer to introduce the new service of remote conversation by phone with the patient. This service allows to achieve high degree of trust and loyalty of the patient. In addition, it would be highly desirable to implement this tool in the future when our leaves will return to their usual course.
Okay, Julia, thank you. So it's very nice you can help your patient even during quarantine. And we have a question for what about flight possibilities? Is it possible Russian patients can come abroad till September? What do you know? What can you say about it?
I'm not sure that we will be able to move until the end of the summer. Therefore, now this service that I explained a few words before, I think it would be a very useful tool to prepare, to get ready when everything will be fine.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Russian speakers. So we're moving to our program, and now we're moving to Ukraine. And I would like to join us, Mr. Igor Torsky. He is Vice President of Ukrainian Association of Medical Tourism. Igor, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Do you hear me, Natalia?
Please tell us how Ukrainians can move abroad. What is the plan of Ukrainian government?
Yes, thank you for short introduction. Hello, dear participants of the webinar. Hello, organizer. Hello, Natalia. Of course, Many of you knows me personally, and I don't sure that I need some deep introduction of Ukrainian Association of Medical Tourism, but I think some of you didn't have this possibility to meet with us on different events, and this is first time that we meet together. It means I let myself to do short introduction, Ukrainian Association of Medical Tourism also. My colleague Violetta Yanyshevska, who spoke at the beginning of the conference, mentioned that Ukrainian Association of Medical Tourism is one of the 12 founding countries of the Global Healthcare Travel Council. The next GHTC forum will be in Ukraine. Keep this in your mind. And regarding Ukrainian Association of Medical Tourism, what is the features of our association? First of all, we are business-oriented association. This means that we care about business interest of the members of our organization. And today, the members of our association are the clinics and medical tourism facilitators company from 15 different countries, from Europe, from Middle East, and of course, Southeast Asia. And what we do are useful for members of our association. Of course, we help them to be more successful in their niche in the medical tourism market. For example, we do networking and we hold business events like B2B meetings during years. And a good example of such events is medical tourism workshop, MedTV, which we conduct with co-organizer of our today conference, Miss Natalia Strokovska from Dr. Geo magazine. And the next one, MedTV, will be in online format soon. And of course, you can book your seats now. And also, it's important that UASTED has in our structure the unit for working with patients. Therefore, unlike many marketing organizations, we have a real understanding of the medical tourism market. And when I say real, I don't mean it theoretical. I would like to stress that we have practical understanding of what the patient needs, and we totally understand full picture of the activities of medical tourism company. And it means totally questions which could arrive, and of course, which processes can be in during organizing treatment abroad. And of course, returning to a question, Natalia, what will happen during coronavirus pandemic situation? Of course, we need to move to a statistic which was in Ukraine before and will be tomorrow. And so during last 3 years, inbound medical tourism to Ukraine has been growing annually, and in 2019 we received about 65,000 medical tourism from different countries abroad, and for different, of course, medical goals. And approximately 100,000 medical tourism which visited Ukraine for recovery issues. And the average check for medical tourism in Ukraine was approximately $3,000 US, and Ukraine received for medical tourism industry during previous year approximately 300 billion US. And of course, we had prediction that this process, this flow will increase on next years. And why we thought that it will be? Because the locomotive of development medical tourism in Ukraine is stem cell treatment industry and reproductive medicine. And of course, there are many others like rehabilitation, dentistry, ophthalmology, or anti-aging medicine. But locomotive was two types. It's stem cell therapy and reproductive medicine. And of course, we have many members from these fields. And if we talk about nowadays, of course, nowadays the flow of medical tourism has fallen sharply. It's extremely sharply. It's a reason for all countries around the world, but it has not fully stopped. Why? Because of serious diseases which needs for bone marrow transplantation or organ transplantation. And of course, patients from Ukraine need to go outside for Germany, for Italy, or for Spain, for example, because organ transplantation in Ukraine, unfortunately, does not develop enough to do this surgery here. We hope in the future, of course, it will be other situation, but nowadays the patients from Ukraine need to be treated abroad. And also the same situation for inbound medical tourism to Ukraine, because I mean the cases when some married couples must go to Ukraine for a newborn child, because we talk about reproductive medicine and surrogacy. And of course, it can't wait. And if you talk about tomorrow, what will happen tomorrow, of course, it's very difficult to predict. This is today, and it's very difficult, but I let myself to predict that some industries such as stem cell therapy or reproductive medicine will recover very quickly when pandemic situation will stop. Why I do such a brave prediction? Because when we talk about stem cell therapy or reproductive medicine in a patient, practically have not any alternative. Of course, I talk about this direction. And Natalia asked me to comment the situation with medical tourism during quarantine. Once again, the medical tourism field don't stop during quarantine totally. And moreover, our association, we had even more tasks than before. Can you imagine that during quarantine we had a lot of tasks? And why? Because the organization which closely collaborate with government institutions in Ukraine, such as Ministry of Health, Cabinet of Ministers, and the Presidential Office, we received, there are many requests from patients, from medical tourism companies regarding different topics, for visas, for cross borders, for some organizing of transfers, charter flights from Ukraine and into Ukraine. And the second important issue during quarantine was from the members of our association, because they asked us to help them in communication with government institutions regarding different fields. I mean, some business issues, some business solutions regarding taxes, regarding some regulation policies, etc., etc., etc. In this topic, I mean also some specific regulation for health policy, because some institutions, medical institutions in Ukraine must fit to requirements regarding coronavirus pandemic. I mean protective issues, protective clauses, some disinfection rules, etc., etc. And a few words about patients, because as I mentioned before, we had a specific department, international patient department, and of course during quarantine we help patients to go abroad from Ukraine for some serious diseases. And I would like to stress that each week we help patients to go mainly to Germany, because Germany, as you know, didn't close the border during quarantine, and we help them in some processes with charter flights. We help them to organize some transfers to Germany, and of course we help them to organize some legal documents support for cross Poland, for example, because patients mainly go to Germany through Poland by buses or cars. And tomorrow, for example, will be next transfer from Ukraine to Germany. And if we will talk about inbound medical tourism during quarantine, it was not stopped totally also, because as I mentioned before, we had some requests for reproductive medicine, and regarding Ukrainian legal rules, they need some observation. At this moment, we talk about 14 days observation, and of course, it will be close in, as we suppose, 15th of the June. It's a brief explanation of what we have today and what will be tomorrow. Because we hope that 15th of June, practically each borders will be open. We plan to open our airports and will recover. Of course, I hope that we will recover our industry more quickly than today. And I wish all of us to recover your businesses. And if you will have some business proposals, or you will have some needs, any needs, I mean, for patient, for some patient from Ukraine or to Ukraine, please, we are ready and open for discussion, and we will help in these issues. Thank you, organizers, for this very useful event. And if you will have questions, I am ready to answer them.
Thank you, Igor. And everyone can see the comments on the chat about how Ukraine works now. And for one additional reason to come to Ukraine, it will be our next speaker. It is representative of SmartMed clinic in Ukraine. It is integrative clinic, and Dr. Anatoly, he's the owner. He has incredible successful experience in treating patients with COVID-19 using natural methods. Please, Dr. Anatoly, switch on your microphone and share your experience with us. Dr. Anatoly, are you here? Someone, Anatolios, please, Anastasios, please switch off your microphone. Dr. Anastasios, excuse me. I ask my team to switch off the microphone, Dr. Anastasios. Please, my team, please, I ask you to switch off. Yes, thank you. Dr. Anatoly, switch on, please. You have switched off your microphone.
Yes.
Yes, yes, great. So please, your time. Please share your experience with us. Yeah, please.
Hello, everybody. I am Professor Dorovskikh Anatoly. I am owner and director International Medical Center, which included 7 clinics, integrative medicine, SmartMed, and 8 scientific research laboratories. We provide service each year for approximately 20,000 people, including representatives from 32 countries. And our teams of our doctors, time to time, work in 18 countries. Our next step, we will open our clinic in Vilnius, in Lithuania. Right now, we're finishing registration our medicines in Lithuania. It will be Europe community registration, and I hope our next clinic will be in Europe after Vilnius. We provide service for some problems. First of all, it's chronic somatic problems of body. We don't work with surgeon, with psychiatric problem and stomatologic problem. Another problem we work. We have very nice results for gastroenterological problem, for oncological problem. When we used our supplements together with standard oncological therapy, people live much more, 2-3 times more as usually, or we have 100% success. We have very nice result with Parkinson problem. It's approximately success, approximately 80%. And today, the main problem which everybody say it's coronavirus, COVID-19. I can say for us it's not problem. We begin from 2012. Yes, we work, our scientific team work with viruses problem, and we have unique result with treatment of viruses, infection from DNK viruses, first of all herpes viruses. And today we have very nice result. We may combine medicine which work again against DNA viruses and RNA viruses. And we used our treatment, it's 3 medicine we used for, first of all, antivirus therapy. Today we make treatment for people who have coronavirus infection. It's approximately 200 people. And today I can say we have 100% success. With lungs problem, a serious lung problem, influence of lungs. In this case, we make, during these 3 months, we make treatment for 50 people. Any people don't use devices for lungs ventilation. And 100% success. So right now in Moscow, we have very hot patient. Today I don't know how will be result, because this guy lose 80% of lungs. We used our medicine in the base of Phyto base and nano medicine, and combine. What our shortly my brief. If you have some questions, I can answer if you interesting.
Dr. Anatoly, you can share your contact information on the chat. I know you have a European license. You can send your pharmacies to European countries. So I think you, for some people from our conference could be interested to collaborate with you. And thank you for coming. And now we continue our conference, and we're moving to Greece. I would like to invite to speak Dr. Athanasios Exaktilas. He is the president of Medical Association in Greece. Dr. Athanasios, are you here with us? Please switch on your microphone.
Hello, thank you very much for inviting me to give me this opportunity to share a few information with you. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm a plastic and reconstructive surgeon and as president of the Pan-Hellenic Medical Association. I'm currently a member of the task force for COVID of the Greek government. Greece, at the time being, is moving to be a COVID-free country soon. With 3,000 patients altogether since the mid of February, 180 deaths, that means 18 deaths per million of population. And the number of patients treated in an ICU at the most were 95. Therefore, the national health system of Greece faced no stress during the COVID pandemic. And although it has been enforced a lot, we started at the end of January having 600 of ICU beds available, and now we have more than 1,200 of ICU beds. In addition, we have 3 factories producing PPEs, personal protective equipment for us. 2 of them produce surgical masks, and 1 produces face shields with a production of 10,000 shields per day. Therefore, we are optimistic and ready to open the tourism for general population, not the medical tourism especially, gradually from the 15th of June. And the majority of the countries will open for Greece, or Greece will open for the majority of the countries from 1st of July. We work on effective protocols that should be amicable to travelers, of course, in order to offer safe holidays. Of course, medical tourism is a different industry altogether, faces special problems, but we believe that should persist, and Greece feels confident and ready for this. Security, of course, is our top priority, and therefore various tests as required will be necessary for persons that will move into Greece. And all these are under constant observation and update. Therefore, what is effective at the moment might not be effective in the future, or the rules might change as the pandemic progresses. We try to have a special aid for the islands that are virtual, that are virgin of COVID-free. And for this, we are able to say that our tracing system is effective. We are ready to imply lockdowns in time as necessary. And we prefer to treat the patients in home in order to minimize the hospital spread of disease. I have to inform you also that Greece has a huge number of highly specialized medical personnel. We don't have a high number of general practitioners, but we do have almost 60,000 specialists in all specialties of medicine, and they are all ready to look after patients if required. We also participate in the research that has been done, is in progress internationally. And the Medical School of Athens additionally works on the effectiveness of the tuberculosis vaccine for COVID patients. We cannot anticipate the results yet, but we are looking forward to seeing them. Therefore, we understand that medical tourism faces special difficulties, but we believe that as a COVID-free country, we'll be able soon to welcome patients seeking medical services in Greece as before, and hopefully all the planet will be at the same position soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. and other, maybe someone wants to give some question, please write to our chat, please. Is our chat is alive or not? Because no one, even advertisement not written in our chat, please. So, okay, thank you. Second, doesn't work, thank you. Okay, Dr. Anantansios Exaktilos was with us, and the next our speaker, it is Mr. Samawat. He introduced the agency from Greece, GHTC. It is a medical group leader in the medical tourism field for last 10 years. This is company organizing treatment in Greece for patients over the globe and mostly from Russian-speaking countries. I'm happy to collaborate with Mr. Samawat. So,
thank you.
Sam, are you with us? Thank you.
Yes.
Please share your experience, what you do with a lot of applications from patients, how you help them now, and what you're going to do in the nearest future.
So, hello everyone, and thank you very much, Natalia, for this invitation, and thank you everyone for this opportunity. Actually, as you know, that GMTP group for the last 10 years helping patients from all over the world coming to Greece for medical tourism. Actually, we do not work only with Russian-speaking countries, but we had patients from all over the world, even from Brazil, which is so far away flight. We had some patients, and from Arab countries, from all CIS and Russian. For all this time, the last 10 years in my company, we got very good experience and understanding what are the real needs of the foreign patients, and especially when they come to Greece. And that's why we are ready to help them under any circumstances. Now, as coronavirus came to our world, and for sure, we do not welcome it. We want it to leave as soon as possible. Everyone in Greece tried to keep all the safety measures, even just between ourselves. And thanks to the good medicine we have in Greece, and thanks to the good quick actions which were taken by the Greek government, and that's what is why we have really wonderful results in Greece. The numbers you heard from Dr. Exadaktilos, and actually I just for curiosity was checking, and Greece is at the 81st place in the world in the order of world meter coronavirus. So at this moment, let me in the beginning tell you some personal experience about how is life right now in Greece. And this is my personal opinion. From what I see, I can say around 95% of everything is back to normal. But what's good is that people still keep all the safety measures. You can see many people using masks, using gloves, keeping social distance. And this is what really also matters, that people understand the danger, and each person does something in order to avoid the spread of the virus. On the other hand, we are in contact with our foreign patients, and actually most of our old patients and the new patients are pushing us, trying to come to Greece as soon as possible. That is why also I have always the question, if possible, if someone like from Russia wants to travel, can he travel? Because Greece at this moment can accept him. I don't see any problem. For sure, we are keeping all the safety measures, and we have a specific plan in case soon will come to us any foreign patient, and for his safety and for the safety of everyone around him as well. But the biggest question is, if possible, if it's possible that he can travel out of Russia. Me personally, I see that there are some flights starting from beginning of July from Russia. I hope that this is true, that patients can already come here, because we have a very long waiting list, and most of those patients are contacting us almost every day and trying to find a way how to travel to Greece as soon as possible. As for in case they come, and when they come, I hope it will be soon, then the patient before he comes will have to have COVID test in his country 48 hours before he comes. And then when he arrives here, our plan for my company, GMTP, will be that from the airport, we will go directly to St. Luke's Clinic, and there he will have the COVID test. Then he will be isolated until we get the results. Normally, the results need some hours, and it will be ready. Then he will be negative. If negative, then it will go on with his program as planned. In case of the rehabilitation program, so we arrange everything with our main partners, the Rehabilitation Center and Jagyasi, for the safety of the patient. The safety measures we are taking anyhow right now, even with the Greek patients. So it's not something new or something we are going to start once the patient arrived here. Already the staff has very good experience, and they know how to deal with each patient accordingly. As well as for the accommodation, we have contact also with the hotels where they stay. Everything will be safe, 100%. Also, in case they decide to stay in an apartment, also we took all the safety measures during the transportations. Everything will be individually 100%, and using the masks and all the safety measures are being considered. What I want to say today also is that I think that this is a good time now for all of us to cooperate together. This is now not time of for competition, but now it's time for cooperation. I think it's a very good opportunity, and thank you, Natalia, also for this for organizing such a conference, because I think with all the leaders of the medical tourism in the world, we have to communicate, and we have to cooperate for the good of and the benefit of our patients, because as far as I see that these patients who come one time to Greece, then next time they go to Israel, mostly I'm talking for the rehabilitation patients who are for long-term rehabilitation, and then one time they go to Ukraine and another time to Russia. So here the cooperation is very, very important. As for the prices, because many people ask us what's going to do, what are we going to do? I think that prices is still the same. There is no need to change something. Maybe some very small extra cost for the COVID-19 test or something like that, and this is is very small amounts. We don't have even to mention them. So the costs are the same as they were before the pandemic. I am here. I am ready to answer any questions. For
Thank
more
you.
information, everything on gmtpgroup.com. And I wish good health and safety to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Awad, and you can share your contact information in our chat. And it was very useful information. It will help to start for work with Greece very soon. Thank you. So, and now we're moving in time. I'm happy for this, and we're moving to Germany. And I hope Mrs. Michaela Kerer here.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Michaela, yes, great. Thank you. And she is a representative of Visit Berlin official board, medical tourism project manager. Michaela Kerer is a medical tourism manager of Visit Berlin. It's the official destination marketing organization of the city of Berlin, capital of Germany. Since 2010, Visit Berlin is supporting medical travel and cooperating with a network of hospitals. So, Michaela, please tell us how Germany works now with foreign patients. I know a lot of Russian-speaking patients come to Germany during quarantine, so it was a great opportunity. Please.
Yes, hello. Thank you, Natalia, and thank you for organizing this great platform to have the possibility for all of us to meet and exchange our ideas and plans for the current situation in the near future. So, as you mentioned, Germany and Berlin as well is a favorite destination for patients from abroad, especially from Russian-speaking countries, from the CIS countries, from the GCC region. And slowly it's also starting that some Chinese patients are coming to Germany for medical treatment. So Berlin especially was not always on the top. So Munich is also famous for its hospitals. However, I mean, in Berlin there are 80 hospitals. Altogether, there are 20,000 beds. There are more than 9,200 hospital doctors, as well as 9,000 resident doctors taking care of the patient's needs. And we all actually have all the specializations. We have the world-renowned Charité Academic Hospital, who are also very active. The doctors and researchers are very active right now in developing the corona vaccines. There is Professor Drosten, who's almost a celebrity these days here in Berlin. He is speaking and informing the German public a lot about the new insights about the new coronavirus. And he's very well internationally connected and is working very hard with his team on developing and supporting other research groups on developing the vaccine. As you mentioned, also Visit Berlin, we are supporting and marketing Berlin as a medical destination since several years. We do have a network of hospital partners. I just sent in the group chat, I sent the website we have. There you can also see there's Charité and several doctors and their profiles online. Okay, but in general, is it possible to enter Germany these days? So right now, as a tourist, it is only possible if there are substantial reasons. These might be work, family, education, and also medical treatment, which allows tourists or patients travel to Germany. It's important to note that patients seeking medical treatment right now must have a medical certificate proving that without this treatment there is a risk of a life-threatening deterioration, or they might have a permanent substantial damage. So this needs to be proven by a doctor in the local home country, and needs to be presented especially when patients apply for a medical visa. So right now we do know that German embassies abroad, for example in Moscow, they are already issuing the medical visa, especially for cancer patients that are coming to Germany for their next chemotherapy or radiation therapy. However, the current limiting factors in medical travel are the availability of flight connections. I mean, we are still, Berlin as the capital city still is not very well connected. Slowly, the international carriers do take up their flights again. A second factor is the readiness of the international offices. So the last month or two, many of the internationals have been kind of closed. They supported the pandemic team in their hospital. Now they are slowly opening again and are taking new inquiries and are supporting all the procedures, also issuing letters to apply for a medical visa for patients from abroad. A third maybe limiting factor right now is the still current and in place quarantine regulations that do ask non-EU patients to quarantine for 14 days. These are quite strict measures because it means that you are not allowed for 14 days to leave the apartment or to meet anybody, and can be strictly and very heavily fined if you don't follow the rules. This means extra costs, extra length of stay. If you are traveling with an accompanying persons, I mean, you have to calculate this as an extra, but that's the situation right now. These quarantine situation was eased already for EU patients, but for non-EU patients, it's still in place. Yeah, how is the situation right now in Berlin or in Germany in general? So although Europe became in mid-March the epicenter of the new coronavirus pandemic, Germany, as one of the most populous countries of the continent, was not the worst hit compared to France, Spain, Italy. You know the numbers. Still, at the end of May this year, there have been 180,000 COVID-19 cases recorded. Of course, compared to Greece and any other countries, it's quite high. Still, the number of fatalities is comparatively low. It's 8,500. Unfortunately, people and patients who died from or with COVID-19. In Berlin, there have only been 7,000 cases recorded. And at this point, we've been able to flatten the curve in Germany and also slowly reopen. Also for tourism in general, the hotels are open now, the restaurants opened again. Only theaters and cinemas are still closed. We expect in Berlin numbers of rising local German tourists, slowly also starting from Europe. It's expected that mid of June, the borders will even be more open within the Schengen area. In Berlin, the local government introduced an alert system that uses 3 indicators to weekly measure the pandemic and keep the current measures in place. And the numbers are the numbers of the new infections within the last 7 days per 100,000 population. This should be under 30. Right now it's 4.5. Then the second figure is the utilization of intensive care beds by corona patients. The critical limit is 25%. Right now in Berlin, it's 3.2%. And the third figure, which everybody keeps an eye on, is the so-called reproduction rate, which means the number of people that one infected person will pass the virus on. This should not exceed 1.5. However, within the last days, we've been around 1.4. This has to be looked upon critically, because as the numbers go down, this kind of reproduction rate can get very slowly, can go up again. So if you have 2 new infections per day who do infect 3 other persons, you are quickly at the 1.5, for example. So it doesn't give the exact number of the overall infection rate. So let me add some words about the public regulations. So in the public sphere right now, people need to keep a distance of 1.5 meters. only people from 2 households are allowed to meet, or a maximum number of 5 people altogether can meet in a group. These are regulations which are still in place. On public transportation, people have to use a mask. If they enter shops, they have to use the mask, but they don't have to use it when being outside. So there was the question whether the medical providers have special products developed. And yes, we have in Berlin, we have rehab clinics that have developed specific rehabilitation treatments for corona patients. Right now, mainly focusing on neurologic symptoms. But the more the disease is understood, the more symptoms for post-corona patients can be treated. And there, I understand that the doctors are very much up to date and following the situation very closely to adapt in their rehab program. Maybe I can add that the rehabilitation medicine is very strong and very much developed in Germany. It relies on many years of experience and a great cooperation between the specialized doctors and the therapists. So this is one new development I can tell you. And that's basically my points. If you have any question, feel free.
Yes, thank you, Michaela. Thank you. We very appreciate your experience with treatment of COVID. So it's great, and thank you for one time. And then our next speaker from Germany, and I want to introduce the agency, the most caring in Germany. That's true. I no doubt, which I know. Yes. If you have not working with Anna, welcome. Anna, I ask you to place your contact on the chat, please. Dr. Anna Wegen, she introduced Deutsche Medic GmbH in Essen, founder and director of the company. She works 22 years, specializing in organization of examination, treatment, rehabilitation in Germany for international patients. So Anna, welcome. Please share your experience with us, what you do with patients' request now.
Thank
Anna?
You.
Yeah.
Hello? Yeah?
Yeah, we're here. Yes.
Can you see me? I see all pictures frozen.
No, we can't see you. Switch on your camera.
Okay. Hello together, and Frau Kera make an excellent speech about our situation, and so I don't need to tell you about our situation with coronavirus here, and I shall answer some questions. Natalia Strokovska sent some questions to me, and I shall answer these questions. She asked how have patients' requests changed. Yes, there are fewer requests because people know that regular flights to us are not possible yet. But we have requests for orthopedic surgery, medical checkups, for other activities that can be planned for a long period of time. But the most important thing I want to say to our partners, to other medical tourism agencies, for all urgent cases, which are mainly cancer patients, entry into Germany is possible. And we have some patients from the Ukraine. They came by the car, or from Russia. Some flights took place to Frankfurt on Main. And the really important question is how to come to us. And in Germany, we solve all medical and not medical issues in the same way as before. The patient does not need to be tested for the coronavirus at home. This test will be carried here in Germany. And the patient remains in isolation until the test is answered. It is about a few hours. And now it is necessary to be 14 days in the clinic without going out, such a quarantine. The next question was which one online products have become relevant in the Corona time for your customers, and will this product be relevant in the future, in your opinion? Yes, we did consultation online for our patients. We even presented their data at cancer conferences and received expert opinions. In my conclusion, in the future, request for evaluation of radiological data online may persist. For patients who have already been with us, we will preserve the practice of part-time assessment of control tomograms or other objective data of surveillance in the place of residence. The next question was, what solutions for rehabilitation after coronavirus infection did you find for your patients? Now we have no patients for rehabilitation here, but I think they will come. Rehabilitation hospitals in Germany can serve as an additional hospital to relieve the burden on acute hospitals. They are concerned with bed capacities. The structure is unique to the German healthcare market. Rehabilitation providers became a permanent member of the local medical crisis teams. And now they are gradually moving to the admission of patients in a regular order. And the occupancy rate in rehabilitation facilities is increasing. After coronavirus infection, an air resort involves air treatment as a form of climate therapy. Such certificate as a climate therapy resort have more than 300 German towns or villages, and 190 of them have clinics for rehabilitation of patients with respiratory diseases. There are air resorts in the mountains, forests, and at the seaside of Germany. And 2 weeks ago, I visited such a resort again and made a video report, which will be published soon. And I think the treatment of international patients will be continued. It will continue as always, only with new precautions and hygiene. And we are waiting for airplanes because our infrastructure is ready to welcome international patients as all. Thank you very much.
Okay, Anna, thank you. Thank you. So please, I ask you to share your contact information because for every for medical agents and tourist agents, I advise to work with Anna Wegen. It's Deutsche Medic Clinic company. And now we have the big coffee break with during 5 minutes. After that, we come back and do additional draw. We do game about Abano thermal resort, and the person who give us right and first answer on our chat, they will get 3 nights for 2 persons. So please check information about Abonotherme and come back in 5 minutes. So our next program will start in 2:10 p.m. and for 2:05 we will do our game. So enjoy your time and we will meet soon.
Что-то на экране, видимо, какая-то есть бля. А ну давай, потом. Да. Потому что я смотрю, что... Не, ну... Салют. На тусе? Ну это, мне кажется, ты объяснил готов. Это у тебя одна сторона. Да?
tu oprește ăla. You can talk, Natalia. Natalia.
It's my time. Hi, everybody. So I will lead the game. We have now Italian game on Abano Terme. And the question is, what is cured in Abano Terme? The hotel who is offering the voucher is Ritz Hotel 5-star hotel, very actually
Maria, sorry, we can't hear you well. Please repeat. Maria, sorry, maybe you can switch off your camera, maybe it will be better.
And who first answer to this?
Maria, please switch on your camera and maybe we can hear you better. Maria, are you here? So, okay, let me continue and I will lead this game. So now we're talking about thermal resort in Italy, Abano Terme. And please, who will be first, who will be right? In our chat, we'll have 3 nights for 2 people from Abano Ritz Hotel 5-star. So the question is, what is the nearest and biggest city close to Abano Terme? Waiting for your answers. Oh, yes, Venezia. Great. Oh, but actually, Anna Laura, you are Italian, so no, it's not count. No, sorry. Let's give us Violetta Artemenko. So, who will be winner? Italian. Okay, right answer is Venezia. That's true. But it was Italians answered first. Okay, let's give our winner to Violetta Artemenko because she's not for Association of Italian of Medical Tourism. Sorry, Anna Laura. Sorry, you are Vice President of Association. We can't give you this winner. So Violetta Artemenko, Maria Princivalle will send you voucher for this. And now let me to continue our program. Unfortunately, Maria Princivalle have bad connections, so I will continue. Sorry for this. Just my phrase. We wanted to share this possibility, but in Ukraine, better connection than in Italian. So, okay. So next, our speaker. Let me introduce. This is a speaker who can share experience with all European spas. This is Mrs. Sila Mezzosi. She is Secretary General of European Spas Association from Brussels. So, Mrs. Sila, are you here? Please switch on. Yes, please switch on your microphone. Yes. Yes. I see you, but I can't. Yes, yes. Okay. Great. Nice sound. Also, please share on what new rules about for thermal resorts and thermal hotels that can receive clients in nearest future.
So, first of all, welcome to everyone around the world. And it's nice that we came to the point to talk about solution and how we do reopening, how we would like to have our customer back to our health resorts or to our clinics, prevention center, medical spas. I represent the European Spas Association, which unites 20 European countries. They have natural remedies. And we have, of course, a lot of international cooperation with China, the US, even Georgia and other countries. It means that we are somehow between healthcare and we provide also tourism. It's a very interesting challenge and makes sometimes our job more difficult because we have to take the regulation from the healthcare industry, but we have to serve also the private payers in Europe and also international markets. So if you don't mind, I just would like to give you, and actually I switched on also on my computer and hopefully I can share the presentation as
Sorry,
well.
you can't to share your presentation. We're talking about without any presentation.
Yeah. So as I said, we are between healthcare and tourism, or we are providing for both industries. We had a special situation also by the coronavirus. Serbia, some medical spas in Slovenia and also in Germany, some rehabilitation center, they did not close for the whole time. They was forced by the government to restructure. It means they were providing the second line for the healthcare, especially for patients they had to move from overwhelmed hospitals. And many of our members, like Slovakia or Iceland, they could open the spa resorts and healthcare centers on 4th of May. In this case, they received only patients. They are paid by the healthcare insurance for rehabilitation. And the first country, like Hungary, at the 9th of May, Czech Republic, even at end of April, they could open medical spas and some medical spa resort as well. Estonia and Baltic countries, they made a special regulation, bilateral contract between the countries, so they opened even the border and they opened the spa hotels. You heard from my colleague in the previous lectures that Bulgaria opened the first public pools at the 7th of May, and spa resort and spa hotels from 20th of May. And they were the first country, for, they opened the border for international tourists 1st of June. Italy is opened the borders today, and Croatia, Slovenia also coming quite close to this moment. Actually, Slovenia was the first country who declared COVID-19 as ended. So also the tourism is opening in June, like in Romania, Serbia, Germany, and the latest country, but we have also very good news because yesterday even the French government gave the green light to the medical spas in France to open. Of course, the whole process will take some weeks until all facilities can open. And in the next 10 minutes, you will listen to my colleagues from Spain. And as we know, also beginning of the week, they could start to the operation. So we definitely know that this year, mostly domestic travelers, this is definitely the main business, and hopefully more and more international tourists as well. So how do we see the situation? The European Spa Association appeals to the importance of prevention to prepare the immune system for a long-term healthy lifestyle. And if we talk about lifestyle, one of the main and new products is a lifestyle change. A big part of the European countries offer these natural remedies, and they are for efficient use of the natural healing resources for health prevention. So our slogan for the market and how we, I'm sorry, do you talk? Oh, no, okay. So prevention through natural remedies in the medical spas of Europe. So improving quality of life, promoting of a healthy immune system through the health procedures and mainly by the natural remedies in health resorts. And if we talk about health resorts, we mean some 100th century before build up cities, they were designed for health care and for relaxation. Of course, in the historical time, we had empires, kings visiting these places, and nowadays normal tourists are visiting these places. So we hope that, and we have the information also from influential tour operator, that right now the attention is growing for prevention and health-oriented holidays. So this kind of booking will start easier. In many countries, we can offer also the combination of seaside holiday and health tourism, especially if we talk about healthy climate. And many places, healing water, thermal water, and the seaside with forest, or maybe you know that even the first European healing forest is on the seaside. So as we are informed from one of the main tour operators specialized for health tourism, the immune system is strengthened by treatment with natural remedies, and civilization disease such as diabetes, obesity, respiratory disease, especially this cough, can be prevented. This is the main selling point of this kind of tour operator. And we do believe that the coronavirus, it was a historical dramatic shutdown, not only in the healthcare, a lot of damages, but also in the economic resources. So if we communicate well, and if we market the medical spas and these natural remedies and all medical services which we can provide, then definitely coronavirus could be in a long term our friend. Because corona pandemics is the last call to recognize the importance of biology and the spa treatment for chronic disease, diabetes, cardiovascular problems, and offer program for detoxification, relaxation, and as I mentioned, lifestyle changes. We made extra publication also for the 3 risk group. In the first line, we talked about respiratory problems, like we have a lot of salinas, healing caves, and this very special climate in Europe, in many, many parts of Europe, and also about cardiovascular problem, obesity, and lifestyle changes. So these are the 4 focus, how we try to revival not only the European domestic market, but we provide for the US and for the Chinese market special packages, because this is, I mean, medical spas, we can say that this is know-how heritage of Europe. And this whole system, how it works with the health insurances, it's also very special. But we have to talk also about economy and how we want to run the business. So we started a proposal by the European Union for the TRAN Commission, which is responsible for transport and tourism, to provide a European-wide voucher system for the 60+ generation, to have holiday vouchers in European health resorts. And of course, this is somehow to promote health tourism and what we can provide in Europe without side effects, because this is very important. We don't believe that much that only vaccines are the only answer how to get out of pandemics. The European politician has to understand that we have to invest in prevention. We have to motivate and finance for the citizens all kind of services in health resort. And of course, this could provide in a secret way also how to help an industry, tourism, which was completely shut down and suffered a lot. So these are our main objectives, which steps we want to do. And because you invited some of our members, like from Bulgaria, Slovenia, Spain, you will see also different structure. You had already from Georgia, from Italy, from Germany, guests. So I guess you finally will have a very big overview about this topic.
Thank you, Sila. Thank you for your help. I very appreciate you for your help to me, to us, to organize for speakers from other countries. Thank you. You can share your contact information in the chat, and I hope you can, some agents, some medical tourism agents can use your information in working with their client. So
if you don't mind, I will send just 2 links. One is publication,
yes, please,
and one is the e-library, where you can see also the studies, the medical studies about natural remedies.
Yes, of course.
Evidence-based medical studies.
Of course, we are collaborating with each other, so you can share links, emails, phones. It's allowed. Yeah. So our next speaker is from Spain. I would like to invite Clara Fernandez. She's director for Unique Medical Spa in Spain, focused in longevity strategies and balnear of conferences. So, please.
Hello, everyone.
Yes, yes, Clara.
You hear me correctly?
Yes, yeah? yes.
Hello,
please share
Spain.
information about Spain. Yes, when we can come to Spain and to be treated with sun, olive oils, and oranges.
So,
and of course.
I'm gonna briefly try to talk about 3 things: the situation in Spain, what my clinic actually does, and what we see happening over the next months. So the first thing, going to the situation in Spain, is that, well, everyone knows it has been and it still is pretty dramatic. So we are in a state of alarm, which means that the government controls all the communities and controls all the legislations. And so although the touristic community has been trying to pass on some laws to open both hotels, spas, and medical spas, the situation is very complicated because right now you are forbidden to move from city to city within provinces or even within villages if you don't have specific situation, a specific work-related situation. So we believe the state of alarm is going to be working for the next 15 to 20 days. And before that finishes, it's very hard to understand what the actual impact on the touristic situation will be. Because after that, the different communities will have to legislate individually how they decide to control. So even if hotels are open, they are having 0 bookings right now, or like 1 or 2 people going because of because they have to go there for work or something, some urgent situation or something like that. The level of uncertainty in Spain is very high. Going back to the medical spa situation, which is where I come from, the thing is that in Spain, we are very focused on the senior segment, which is the one that is more affected by the coronavirus, which is the main risk group. Most of the medical spas, around 80% of the patients are co-paid by the government. So even if the medical spas are open, if the co-paid initiatives are blocked, it's very hard for us to open and work under normal circumstances. So the government has not yet spoken about when they plan to initiate those senior programs, but they have unofficially said that we should be planning for. Is everyone listening to me correctly? Is my connection right? Okay. So unofficially, they have communicated to us that we should be planning around March 2021. So although there is this legislations, there are all these groups working to make sure that it is legal to open. Even this health passports that was discussed is going on. The actual situation is that we're not going to receive the government funding. They're not going to pay for seniors to travel to medical spas until maybe March 2021. So the situation is very dramatic economic-wise in that sense. So what we specifically do in my clinic, we are in Valencia, in the mountains. We're a medical spa, a balneario, what it's called in Spain. And what we created is we converted the medical spa into a longevity school. We are focused on treating patients with back and knee pain, but our treatment is not only focused on the back and knee pain. We view the back and knee pain as the beginning of the aging process. And we believe that our treatment has to be a set of health strategies that covers much more than the specific knee or back. For example, we cover a lot of lifestyle medicine, as Sila spoke. We do a lot of nutrition, we do sleeping, we do rehabilitation, we do exercise, and we have developed a specific methodology where we start with the back and knee pain treatment, but we cover all types of prevention strategies with the idea of what is known as thermal medicine, that taking advantage that the government co-pays 10 days in our clinic, and we have an average of 500 patients a day that sleep with us. So that over the year that sleep with us over 10 days, building up to 150,000 sleeping nights. That gives us the possibility to have a wide range of medical specialists aimed at the goal of teaching people what their aging process is. Our treatments are diagnosis, treatment per se, physical treatments, and also education. We do a lot of education. It's a little bit like an aging campus. People stay with us, on average, they have around 3 to 4 classes, 3 to 4 hours per day of classes, where we cover a wide range of topics to empower people in the development of their own health longevity strategy. What are our plans for this year? What are the solutions that we're thinking this year? We view that it is possible that we will be closed the whole year because of the specific segment that we work. We work with people from 65 to 75. They're not in the worst, they are relatively healthy, but they are the most risk group. So it's very complicated for us we don't want to convince them unless we really know that it's safe to travel, and it's very complicated if the government is not co-paying. So in an optimistic point of view, we are going to be closed until we are sure, and what we're trying to do is we're trying to reposition our clinic in the mind of people, or reposition our position, take this year to position the services that the medical spas are providing in Spain by creating classes and treatments online. So we can reach a wider range of the population and they can understand what we are actually doing in the clinic. Because there's still because the government co-pays the treatments that we're doing, some people believe that it's pure rehabilitation and they do not know that we're doing so much education. So we're taking the opportunity this year to bring this education from the offline facility to the online world. So instead of reaching 15,000 seniors in Spain, we can actually try to reach the 2 million senior segments that are senior population that is actively moving and traveling and want to look after themselves from the 65 to 75 years in Spain. The other clinics, they're trying to figure an intermediate position, but it's going to be very complicated, and for sure what it's clear is that until the state of alarm finishes and the individual provinces publicate what are going to be the specific legal requirements that they're going to set, it's going to be very complicated to understand how to open a facility, and especially how to motivate the national market and even the international market to travel, because we are unsure of what these legislations are going to be in each individual community. So we don't have that many great news at this moment from Spain.
Okay. Thank you, Clara, for your impressive speech. So I hope everything will well with Spanish people, and we will visit Spain very soon, because for me personally, I love Spain too much. And
yeah. And I would like to say that Spain is also a very green country. It's not only this is part of our clinic over here, which is like our clinic is like a little village. We have over 90 different buildings and streets and shops, cafeteria. We even have like a priest at home, hairdressers. So it's like a small village, a real campus. And we have a lot of, the Mediterranean is beautiful and the sea, but also the mountains. It's very interesting.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I would like to announce we have information from Avanyali Hotel. So we have some problem with our winner. So Avanyali Hotel announces that they give 2 vouchers for 2 winners. This is Violetta Artyominka and Natalia. She is a medical tourism agency. So congratulations, friend. And our next speaker, we're moving to Italia. So Anna Laura Ramirez, she is Italian Association of Medical Tourism Vice President. She main association serving as the facilities, Italian clinics and wellness specialists, and the reference point in Italy for medical wellness professional in the world. So I hope I apologize about this draw, but because you are professional, of course, you know everything.
That's okay, Natalie. I'm so happy. I was trying to make, after lunch, everybody's sleeping, so I was trying to make some move for everybody,
thank
some emotions.
Thank you, Anna Laura. So please tell us, a lot of people were looking for a situation in Italy. So now I know you are open borders. Yes, you're winners. So
yes.
Tell us when we can come to Italy for treatment or thermal spa resorts.
I have some really good news. I'm starting to tell you that health is not everything, but without health, everything is nothing. That is a phrase from Arthur Schopenhauer. And thanks to Natalie and Mariaantonietta Princivalle and the whole staff that have been working from the last 90 days to organize this event and give value to this beautiful niche of medical wellness tourism market, because it's so difficult. I'm Anna Laura Ramirez, co-founder of Italian Association of Promotion Medical Tourism and CEO of Voyamid.com, medical tourism tour operator. I want to welcome you in Italy. Yes, because we are ready. The COVID lockdown period gives us the opportunity to work hard, analyze the needs of the people around the world, and give us the instruments for put on the market the new health and wellness programs, best service, new knowledge, and how to increase the health for the next years and how to take care of ourselves and the ones we love. Italy is ready for welcome you. Since today, June 3, we open our frontiers to all European countries, UK states, and part of the Schengen Agreement. And from June 15, we will be open the frontiers to the rest of the world. I'm so happy today. I put it on the calendar that I'm really happy. Obviously, for this, Italy government have made several controls and put rules in transportation, accommodation, and recreative places. I have been talking with most of the Italian medical wellness hotels, structures, and clinics for make a point of the actual situation and inside their places. And I'm so glad to know that everybody is okay. Everybody is healthy, and they have been working every single day to make on new programs to help and give more value for this fast on the rest of the world for our patients and our clients. Not only new health and wellness programs for increased vitality, but actually a healthy and prevent, but also new service for will welcome you and your customers safe and healthy from today. It's obligatory. I'm going to tell you a little bit of rules that you have to put before you come to Italy, and we are ready actually with all the services for make these rules go through. It's obligatory to wear the mask indoor, including means transports, and any case, all situations where the interpersonal safety distance cannot be guaranteed. Children under 6 years and actually people over 65 that need don't to use the mask for another reasons, that's not obligatory, okay? Museums, theater, places of culture, and everything you can go. They already open, and you can go respecting the distance of 1 meter and the mask, okay? Bathing establishment activities are permitted. It's also allowed to carry out sports or motor activities respecting the distance of 2 meters. The gyms, the swimming pools, the thermal establishment, everything are open, and they have already all the rules that can give you the information when you're already over there. I'm glad to let you know some of the norms that the hotels have been taking for welcome you. Our hotels in Italy are so beautiful because have a lot of essence. in Italy, when you arrive, you just find a clinic or a hotel, but you find actually a family, and they be working so hard for welcome you every time. And I will let you know just some of the service that they already make it on for welcome you. Your reservation and check-in and check-out. When the reservation that you make for come to Italy, they will give you all the policy and all the reservation, privacy policy and consent to the processing of data. So you send everything by email, and the time you stay on the reception, it will be so fast, okay? On the restaurant, it will be large distance between the tables and with the total sanitization of the rooms every time. If you don't have a mask on the arrival, you will receive everything on the door. And the guys from the hotel will come to you to take your luggage with gloves and with masks and with visors and with everything. So everybody is going to be healthy and give you the distance and all the norms for keep you in safe. The reception staff are equipped with gloves and everything, so everybody is okay like that. And in the lobby, the common areas, you will find a gel dispenser for disinfecting your hands. In addition to the normal arrival practice at the check-in, we will give you a brief information about the security regulation, and we ask you to read when you come to the room. The key that the hotels will give you, everything, it will be sanitized. Please keep it for all the duration of your stay here on the hotels, okay? And we are so happy for the thermal parts that we have been working on. They will measure your temperature before you get into the areas of the thermal spa, and they are doctors there every time. Most of the structures, the wellness hotels and the wellness medical hotels, they already build programs for the immune system. Everyone put on the market a new really nice programs for increase the immune system. So if you, okay, you will be actually better. And they make a nice menus and everything. I'm so happy. Thank you very much for everything. We're ready. If you don't know what to do in 2021, that's okay, because we are waiting for you. And if you want to anticipate everything, in September, we're waiting for you over here. Okay, we are from the Italian Medical Association.
Thank you. You're so impressive. But I have a question. I know Italy has a lot of possibilities to cure for lung system diseases. So what about rehabilitation after coronavirus? So how you going to use and what you can propose to foreigners?
I was trying to tell you this, but the speakers that come after me, they are coming from the hospital. So I prefer that they tell you this information, because they are so prepared. And we have a big surprises for you, because it's not only like after COVID-19, but actually all the medical part that they was already ready. So
okay,
I prefer that they tell you everything, okay?
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Anna Laura. Yes, and our next Italian speaker, yes, Yulia Sukhneva, please. This is the head of International Patient Area, Gruppo San Donato, the leading Italian private hospital group. Yulia, are you with us?
Surely, I'm with
Oh, great. Please tell us about.
Give me a second. If you see me, just let me know.
Yes, we can see you and hear you well, please.
Okay, perfect. I'm very glad to meet everyone today. Thank you for inviting us to be part of this webinar today, and I'm happy to see so many people connected. My name is Yulia Sukhneva, and I'm the head of the International Patients Area for Gruppo San Donato, which is the leading Italian hospital group. Let me share you my screen.
Julia, you can't share your screen without any presentation. Yes, you have just around 7-8 minutes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll try to edit afterwards, maybe in chat if it's not going to be too heavy. So practically, Gruppo San Donato is the leading and the largest Italian hospital group, both in terms of research and treatment. We are currently have in our network 3 research hospitals, which are all situated in Milan. We have 21 general hospitals, 13 outpatient clinics, and 5 dental clinics. All these numbers make us the largest and the leading hospital group in Italy. We treat annually over 4.7 million patients, which is the second largest number in Europe, not only in Italy. We have the largest number of beds in Italy, which is over 5,000, and we make 1.7 billion euro in revenues, which is the largest number in Italy and number 7 in the whole Europe. We also have a private university, which is Vita Salute San Raffaele University, which is regarded and renowned as #1 medical university in Italy. It's also number 10 university in the world for citations per paper. So it's really a great place to study, to do your research. I think lots of you know lots of things about Italian NHS, but I would like to focus actually to, not focus, but introduce to you Lombardian healthcare, because Lombardian healthcare is actually the place where there is a true collaboration between private and public service. So that's why despite of the fact that we are a private healthcare provider, we work with National Healthcare Service, and 95% of our business actually comes from the national healthcare system. And also in terms of research hospitals, if you go here in Lombardy, you will find 40% of the total number of all research hospitals. They are all in here in only one region. Lombardy is also, which is great news for the international travel patients. Of course, Lombardy is the Italian hub for business, healthcare, fashion, design, food. Milan is very well connected with the rest of the world, within Europe. It has 3 airports, and it's just a great place to go and to come visit. GSD covers all the main cities of the Lombardy region. We also have a couple of facilities in Bologna, but when we are speaking about international medical travel, of course, we have first of all think of our Milan hospitals. I'll introduce you some of our key facilities later in my speech. Of course, GSD has an international development office. We have a dedicated international team which is providing the whole range of services to international patients. We've been established in international office since 5 years now, and since then, of course, we are glad we can gladly constate the fact that the international patients flow is growing towards our facilities. And why to choose the Gruppo San Donato? Actually, of course, first of all, because of our clinical excellences. We have very high specialization. We accept any kind of patient, starting from women can give birth at our hospitals. We can take care of children, teenagers, and adults of any age. We follow our patients through the diagnosis, surgery, postoperative phase, and up to their rehabilitation and discharge. Our hospitals are very well equipped. We have all the highest biomedical technologies in our hospitals. Let me introduce to you our 4 main hospitals. 3 of them are research hospitals, and 1 is our VIP clinic in Milan. So first of all is San Raffaele Research Hospital, which is the most renowned and is considered #1 research hospital in Italy. It's the leading reference center for surgeries. It has almost 60 departments. It's a number which is even hard to find in some hospitals combined. And it treats it deals with over 60,000 admissions per year. San Raffaele Hospital, as you will see then on the slide that I will share, is great in its mission is translational medicine. So there are some very important points and steps in the history of the development of the Western medicine, which were actually developed and came from San Raffaele Hospital. For example, Alfieri's teach for its very basic technique right now for cardiac surgery, but it was invented in San Raffaele, which is right now working on stem cell programs, which are used in patients with multiple sclerosis, for cornea stem cells transplants, etc., etc. San Raffaele has one of the greatest numbers of clinical trials ongoing, and for all these, of course, only the San Raffaele was included in Europe University Hospital Alliance, which only has taken one best hospital for European country. And for Italy, exactly San Raffaele was chosen. San Raffaele is a hospital where the multidisciplinary approach actually comes to true. We can treat any kind of oncological patient because lots of patients actually who are coming from abroad. Here we refer exactly oncological patients. San Raffaele is also great in cardiac surgery, in genetics, in neurology, in neurosurgery, in lots and lots of medical areas. And then we have Policlinico San Donato, which is the best cardiovascular center in Italy, and it's been so since 1988. It has performed over 50,000 heart surgeries, 60,000 interventional cardiology procedures. So some numbers that actually none of other centers in Italy and even in Europe can share. San Donato is as well #1 congenital heart defect center. So for example, if you have children with congenital heart defects, it's the best, one of the best places in the world and #1 in Europe to refer children with heart pathologies in here. It's also the best and one of the world leading centers for arrhythmology and electrophysiology. We have as well a research hospital which is 100% dedicated to orthopedics and spine pathologies. It's Galeazza Orthopedic Institute, as you recognize from the name. It's #1 in Italy for joint replacement surgery, for spine surgery. It has maxillofacial dedicated surgeons, sport and regenerative medical centers. And the last clinic I'd like to introduce to you is Casa di Cura La Madonnina, which is VIP hospital. And it's situated in Milan downtown and has been historically taking care of Milanese cultural and political elite. It's very reserved. It guarantees a high quality of privacy to its patients. We can provide here both checkup programs for international patients, as well as we can also provide surgeries in here. We provide here all kinds of surgery except for cardio, which we normally refer to San Donato or to San Raffaele. This clinic is also very well known for plastic and aesthetic surgery.
Julia, sorry, thank you.
Yes,
Julia,
that's actually the end of my presentation. And I just wanted to make a comment on COVID situation, coronavirus situation. I just wanted to add some words to the previous speaker that we are really ready to receive international patients again. We can provide both COVID free treatment as well as treatment for also patients who have unfortunately contracted the COVID. So our hospitals are ready for both kinds of patients. And according to our university that I mentioned before, coronavirus in Italy doesn't exist clinically anymore. So thanks to the heat, because in Italy it's summer right now, we can say all the patients that our hospital has seen, and they actually right now they have a scientific evidence of this. The coronavirus has become a lot weaker rather than it was in March and April. So thank you very much. And
thank you, Julia. Yes, actually, I can tell our doctors have used information from doctors from San Donato group for the COVID cure. So thank you for this. And our next Italian speaker will introduce GHTC resort. So Lara Balfoni, if I correct, yes. So please, I was asked.
Okay, and first of all, sorry.
Yes, speak us. Thank you. Tell us about your experience.
First of all, thank you to Ana Laura Ramirez because she made a fantastic overview of the protocols that everybody in Italy is putting into practice. So everybody has one principle, which is safety first, but you don't have to feel yourself as a patient always. First of all, also, I would like to welcome everybody, and thanks to Maria Princivalle for having organized such a wonderful opportunity, and thanks to you, Natalie. I feel honored to be here today and have the chance to introduce GHTC. I was thinking which was the best way to introduce our destination. And I decided to let you experience through my words and feelings the fantastic place, not focusing on the pandemic, but on the positive that it will be. Most of us are considering how medical tourism has changed after the pandemic. And believing or not, nothing will be the same as before. And we have to reconsider our idea of traveling, especially if we decide to travel into medical or wellness. I arrived in 2011 from the north. I just would like to share 2 minutes of experience because I'm from the north of Italy, Maria knows. And I arrived in 2011, recovering from a cancer. And soon after, I took my decision that Fuji was the place for me to be. So here now there is what we need after COVID. This amazing thermal place is located a few steps from Rome, southeast, and 1.5 hours from Naples, surrounded by stunning vegetation and wide spaces. So the distancing is not a problem, it's natural. Fuji Terme has 2 spring parks where you can find a water which is unique in the world. It's considered a water apart and is called, of course, Acqua Fuji. Pope Bonifacio VIII, so Pope Bonifacio VIII and Michelangelo as well, while painting the Sistina Chapel, used to drink this water to treat his kidney stones. And the treatment was so successful that he named this water as a miraculous water. Acqua Fuji, anyway, has multiple scientifically proven therapeutic properties that you can get by following an hydroponic treatment in our parks or also home later. First of all, promotes expulsion of kidney stones as well as urinary gravel. In case of hyperuricosarria and hyperuricemia, it prevents hyperuricemia itself and consequently kidney damages, reduces the urinary excretion of uric acid, and it is diuretic water, and prevents consequently urinary tract inflammation, such as cystitis, urethritis, and prostatitis. Also, moreover, as a consequence of all this, being so purifying, has properties to improve men's sexual sphere too. Let's say that our spring park has different medical clinics. In these clinics, we have 21 doctors, specialists, urologists, and thermal doctors, where you can get your own prescription following the rules that are the protocols that we are using in Italy at the moment, which are very strict, but they don't let you feel this being so strict. They will make your own prescription and you can start afterwards your treatment. You will be also fully informed of which are the best habits to adopt during your stay and generally in your normal life to feel better and prevent disorders. In Fuji, regeneration is the main philosophy because you won't only get a physical benefit, but following the rhythm, getting back to roots and slowing down stress, you will get your own inner healing, a total status of wellness, of course, which allows you to be again a master of your life, because in the chaotic cities, we won't anymore be in touch with our inner being. In Fuji, you will not feel to be a patient, not even a guest, but a person who feels home, even being far from home. In treatment, of course, during the first part of the day, during the second, you can enjoy the different treasures that Fuji is able to offer, and they are totally at your disposal because they are natural. The amazing and stunning vegetation, woods and paths surrounding naturally Fuji, they can give the chance to the guests to take part to organize trekking, cycling, mountain biking, also professional routes and expedition if you like, and e-biking, Nordic walking, and not so far from the center, also rafting. For
Okay,
those who
Ms.
enjoy
Laura, thank you. So we just are out of our schedule.
Okay, I
Sorry.
just say we have a golf course, 18 holes, organic, so you can regenerate totally. And
Great.
in fall, there will be also a hotel. Moreover, more than the hotels that we do have, there will be also a last generation of regenerating medicine 5-star extra luxury hotel in our place. So destination Fuji, destination wellness. Thank you.
Great. So everyone hopes we will be able to come to Italy like guests, and our clients can come as well. So, and now we can show just short video about Gastrocaro health clinic, Gastrocaro Terme from Italy. So I asked my team to share this video. Is it possible? Please do this. Oh, yes. Is it not sound? Maybe someone can to comment this video. No sound.
Termale. Ho voluto trasferire il valore di una scientificità molto importante, ma non più utilizzata per curare, ma utilizzata per fare prevenzione. Ed è il sano che ci occupiamo, affinché questo sano, rimanga in buona forma e viva una sua quotidianità più piacevole, una tonicità migliore, una forma mentale migliorata anche questa, per gustarsi appieno la vita, la nostra attenzione a mettere a valore il sanitario, a occuparci ovviamente del benessere e della bellezza. Quindi chi utilizza i nostri servizi si troverà in un mondo che avrà sempre l'occhio del medico, la scientificità dei ricercatori, ma finalizzati al mantenimento di buona forma per le performance che tutti noi, tutti i giorni, dobbiamo affrontare. Questi tre mondi sono messi a valore in una struttura dove anche il termale rappresenta una straordinaria novità, pensando ad un termale che comunque va reinterpretato e utilizzato per dare una risposta ai nuovi trend, a quello che tutti noi oggi chiediamo, il benessere, la forma fisica, la bellezza e vivere magari più a lungo, ma sicuramente in forma migliore. Nel nostro intento quotidiano i nostri operatori procedono secondo degli schemi molto rigorosi scientifici messi a punto in ambito sanitario all'interno di GVM Care and Research, una holding, la nostra holding, che si occupa di cura. Ma proprio dalle analisi, dalla biochimica è nato Long Life Formula, un progetto di vita che viene proposto in Long Life Clinic, una clinica della bellezza, del benessere e della prevenzione. Questi sono i mondi che sono stati fusi in modo armonico, in modo equilibrato, per creare un progetto e offrire a chi vuole gestire al meglio la propria vita, la propria prevenzione, la propria bellezza, il suo presente e il suo futuro. All'interno di Long Life Clinic il primo passaggio che noi facciamo è appunto quello della biochimica sullo stress ossidativo, una valutazione su questi esami molto particolari che ci indicano se all'interno del nostro organismo esiste questo famoso equilibrio, perché è alla base del nostro benessere e della nostra salute. Per mantenere un bilanciamento equilibrato è molto importante il sistema degli antiossidanti ed è questo che noi andiamo ad indicare attraverso una corretta alimentazione, attraverso un corretto movimento, attraverso una attenzione alla propria prevenzione e al proprio relax. Questa grande filosofia che il mondo predica da tanti anni, noi aiutiamo a trasferirla all'interno delle persone giorno dopo giorno. Ma dopo questo momento il nostro ospite tornerà a casa, alle proprie abitudini e si renderà conto di aver assorbito qualcosa di importante, come se ciascun ospite portasse con sé nel rientro a casa un seme che sarà l'inizio di una vita consapevole. E questi risultati noi allo stesso modo che con le analisi li registriamo con dei sistemi di applicazione che i nostri medici seguono a distanza per capire quali sono i miglioramenti, perché questo percorso è proposto a persone che vogliono rimanere sane, mantenere la loro forma fisica e soprattutto alimentare la loro bellezza. La bellezza è un fatto interiore. Se una persona gode di buona salute, si sente equilibrata e ha le sufficienti energie per sentirsi bene, sicuramente quella persona sarà anche bella, ma ovviamente dovrà anche curare la propria bellezza e la propria immagine. Noi aiutiamo anche in questo i nostri ospiti che si rivolgono a noi per Long Life Formula nella Long Life Clinic qui a Castrocaro, dove ora mi trovo nel meraviglioso giardino che è tanto apprezzato da chiunque viene qua.
Della prevenzione, del benessere e della bellezza. Da un'idea di Lucia Magnani.
Thank you for this video. So please, representative of resort, please share contact information with us. And we are moving now. So our next speaker from Slovenia, Mr. Istok Bauer. I saw you are here with us.
Sorry, Natalia.
Yeah.
Natalia.
Excuse me, who's speaking?
Natalia. Natalia,
Yes.
I'm Valentina from Castrocaro. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Valentina, and it's a pleasure to meet you all. I don't have a good connection, so that's why you don't see me. First of all, I would like to thank Maria and Natalia and you for the wonderful organization of this event and for giving us the opportunity to tell you about what we do. Dr. Lucia Magnani, our CEO and creator of the Long Life Formula method, has already described in the video the true essence of this lifestyle project. I can only add, because I'm the business development manager for the Lucia Magnani Clinic, the Long Life Formula program offers 7 profiles to choose from according to specific individual needs. All of them include a top-level mandatory advice, positivity planning, and the range of the best beauty and spa treatments, both natural and innovative. I would like to briefly describe our 7 Long Life Formula profile. And the first program is called Clean, and it's aimed at people leading a disorderly life and who would like to detoxify in order to start living a cleaner, healthier, and happier life. The second is weight loss, for people who want to lose weight healthily, learn to eat properly, and exercise regularly to feel better and live better. The third is Evergreen, for people who want to feel and look younger. The fourth is Relax, if you're stressed and would like to achieve a greater balance in your life. The fifth is Energy, for those with a sedentary lifestyle who would like to be more dynamic and energetic. The sixth is called Sport, perfect for building up your physical fitness healthily and safely. The last program is called Restart, a specialized program designed to restart after surgery or illness. We have had particularly good results with this program that have made a big difference to people's life and lifestyle beyond their initial recovery. These are our 7 programs. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, Dr. Lucia Magnani and her medical team have developed 2 new programs specifically targeted strengthening the immune system. Cardiopulmonary restart to strengthen and rehabilitate the respiratory system, because proper breathing is life. The second is immunity, to give energy to your immune system. Our strongest defense is within ourselves, and for that reason we need to reestablish and strengthen our immune system to prepare for possible threats and risk to our health. Thank you very much for your attention. I don't want to take any more of your time. I will be at your disposal by chat to answer any question you may have. I would like to leave you with a saying from Dr. Lucia Magnani: an evolved society is able to match health and well-being for a better future. Thank you again, and have a good day.
Happy to see you, Italy recovering, so it is very great to know. So, Mr. Isto Kalbauer, Slovenian Spas Association, President of Slovenian Spas Association, welcome to speak.
Yes, thank you very much, Natalia and Maria. It is my great pleasure.
What is the situation? You are for corona-free country, right?
Yes, exactly. Slovenia has been corona-free, not really corona-free, but epidemic-free since June 1st. We were actually the first country to declare this situation, which in many cases changes something, some or many things in our life. But I just came from a meeting of our board of directors, where we went through some of the measures and protocols that are causing us a lot of questions which are not yet clear to everybody. I believe that many of our colleagues and responsible people all over the world are facing this same situation. But we have this national health authorities who ease up the measures as the epidemic situation in Slovenia really seems to be very favorable. This was also the reason that we have declared that Slovenia from June 1st is not under epidemic situation. Now, in the last week or maybe one or few days more, we had maximum 1 or maximum 2 cases, new cases of coronavirus patients. We have at the moment 5 patients which are in hospital. Only 1 is in a, let's say, critical situation, while Slovenia was until 2 days back having at least 1,000 cases that were measured, or I don't know, find the right case. Now, what is the situation in our health and spa resorts in Slovenia? In the association, we have 14 health and spa resorts, and 3 of them were working constantly since they have been able to accept patients for rehabilitations. These are patients which have been transferred from hospitals directly to the rehabilitation centers. All our spa and health resorts are declared also as rehabilitation centers with use of natural remedies. So we have already in the end of February, together with our Ministry of Health, with our National Health Institute, prepared protocols for these institutions for those severe and the most needed patients for these rehabilitations. We have normally 2 weeks time that the process of rehabilitation is being granted for those patients and paid by the national insurance company, state insurance company. So we were able to prolong this rehabilitation process for 1 week, because the protocol was set that every new patient arriving directly from the hospital was isolated for 6 days. And if he was clinically showing no positive or illness, then he was transferred to the regular department. We have set up floors in which the patients were set. So we had one floor for isolation, one floor and other floors for patients now for rehabilitation process. And then this patient was joined in the rehabilitation process. The process was one treatment, one therapist per one patient. So it was individual treatments, which was set also in these protocols. There was a limit of maximum 5 patients in the so-called exercises with a small group, where the distance was limited to 3 meters. Now, of course, the strict measures are being lifted. Now we will, and we have started in some of our spa receiving let's say patients for rehabilitation without this very strict protocol. We still are awaiting the confirmation of the protocols we have prepared in our health and spa resorts by the Ministry of Health, since some of our spas have opened their door already on Monday. Now, the other health and spa resorts in Slovenia are planning to reopen their doors for hotel and wellness and spa guests this weekend. That means on Friday. Some will be opening next weekend. So it means that step by step we go also in this field of reopening of our health and spa resorts. The major issue is, of course, opening saunas, pools, but also here we have our protocols that we will be following or actually are following. And the major challenge is to ensure the health for our guests, but also at the same time to assure the health, and that the protocols are set up to ensure the health of our employees. Step by step, as we open our hotels, spa and wellness hotels, also employees will come back from their leave of work or their waiting time, which was in the case of Slovenia granted for tourism companies until end of June. So the workers that do receive a subsidy. The subsidy was now 80%, 100% paid by the government. Now from June 1st, it is 80% and 80% subsidy paid by the government. Now, we are all aware that the challenging times that are ahead of us will mean a complete shift in what to expect and what will be the new the new era. Now we have, of course, now we are addressing domestic Slovenian guests who will be definitely the first who are coming to our health and spa resorts. But since the borders are starting to open, it enabled us also to think on guests from abroad. The first applications, the first reservations are arriving from Austria, are arriving from Croatia. We have just received, I have heard that there are many Italian guests who are thinking on coming to Slovenia. And since there's also now this next steps in meeting of the foreign ministers to discuss the protocols on the border also with Italy, we are happy that in the second part, and we hope that in the second part of June, we will be able to receive also the guests from Slovenia. So it means step by step opening of all the, and easing up the protocols and opening the borders to enable international trade and visits to arrive to the country, as the same has been done with the border to Croatia. So the Slovenian citizens are open now to travel to Croatia. There's also a strong demand because there's 100,000 Slovenian citizens who have their properties in Croatia. So this is the neighborhood relation. But I'm, of course, open to all questions, not to take too much time. I think there was a limit of 5 to 7 minutes. I hope I didn't go over that time. And thank you again for giving us this opportunity to share this information. I think sharing information, learning from each other is now the biggest asset that we're really finding in this difficult time. And there will be, of course, for all of us, a difficult time ahead of us. It will not be so easy to overcome this crisis in terms of economic restoring. We believe that with all these measures, we will end this year at approximately rate 50% loss of our income and loss of our arrival and data, but we hope that we will be able to recover as fast as possible next year. Thank you very much for now.
Thank you, Mr. Ristok. I have a question to you. I know Slovenia famous for spas and thermal resorts, and maybe you have some programs, new programs for immune system renovation. Maybe you can propose something for market because a lot of people found this problem themselves. So we meet the coronavirus face to face, and nobody come to help you. It's just your immune system. Maybe so your spa resorts can propose something interesting for our tourists and patients.
Yes, for sure. I believe that the knowledge that exists in the spa by the spa medical doctors in combination with the natural remedies are the best combination for these people who have actually survived the coronavirus, or for strengthening the immune system. I believe those this combination, and then if we add also this heat factor, regular use of sauna, and in combination heat and cold, this is definitely one proven step of strengthening the immune system of every, let's say, citizen, and also our guests who come to our spas regularly. I believe another one is a detox program. We are all aware that our habits, our life habits, until the arrival of this terrible virus were in some or in many cases not really the ones who helped each individual in his healthy lifestyle. So these were the programs that were becoming more and more popular. These are 2 or 3 weeks program, which are specially designed in some of our spas, where medical doctor, spa doctor, and a nutritionist will examine you and prepare a special program for you. And I believe in this combination, also with spas who have treatments in drinking mineral water, can be the ideal combination. We are all aware that, especially on the Russian-speaking market, Rogashka Donat MG is the #1 drinking mineral water in Slovenia that is by far known across those markets. And Donat MG, by the way, is the mineral drinking water with the highest content of magnesium. And also magnesium is a sort of easier recovery, and also excellent therapeutic possibility in terms of natural remedy, spa, and treatment.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Risto. I wish to be focused, everyone on them when you give some proposals to your clients. So thank you for now, and now we're moving on our program. We're moving to Croatia. I would like to introduce and invite to speak Mr. Vladimir Mozetic. It is President of Warner Health Tourism Cluster. Vladimir Mozetic, welcome to speak. Are you with us? Vladimir? Yes. We come to hear you. I see you, but cannot hear you. Please. Yes. Please try to speak. Vladimir? I don't hear you. Sorry. No voice, no. Switch on your microphone, please. Mr. Mazic, yes, try now. No sound. No. Maybe you can try to reconnect, take off, and come in again. Maybe I will ask our next speaker, and after that, Mr. Vladimir Mozetic will come back. So next speaker from Croatia as well, Ivan Rendulic. Can you switch on? Yes.
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, great. Ivan Rendulic is the CEO of X-Ray company from Croatia. He is skilled business development manager and consult working with Croatia public and private medical providers on developing their sales strategy. So please, Mr. Van, share us your experience, how you work with patients, what you have done during this quarantine. And after that, we will waiting Mr. Vladimir Mozetic back to us.
Sure, sure. Thank you, Natalia, for the introduction, and thanks for everyone for sharing the information previously. It's been very useful and very helpful. I'm sorry that Vladimir couldn't talk earlier, so now I'll give some more information on the situation currently in regarding the coronavirus. I will be brief and practical, and I will focus on 3 topics with clear takeaways on best practices from our side. First, I will mention our patients' experience during the coronavirus and the need for safety. Secondly, I will focus on building online channels to help patients. And then I'm going to mention how we developed the sales strategy in the coming months, so during the post-corona period. I'm happy to report that there was a fast response from the Croatian government when the coronavirus situation started, and they quickly implemented actions to stop the spread of the coronavirus. These rules were respected by the Croatian public, and in combination with the highly skilled medical workers in Croatia, which worked non-stop, we managed to keep the low number of corona-infected patients. In total, we had a little more than 2,200 patients affected, and currently we have only 51% left affected with the corona. This was recognized by foreign governments, specifically Germany and Czech Republic, which gave praise to the efforts by Croatia on fighting the coronavirus. The Croatian government also launched a website for foreign patients arriving to Croatia to register so they can be granted entry. I can report that we, Rexra, had the first treatment of a foreign patient 3 weeks ago. This patient was already in Croatia needing dental services, so we managed to organize it. The patient had to give a confirmation that he was not in contact with a person affected by the coronavirus. Our biggest issue was that we were not allowed to accompany the patient to the facility, so we had to clarify all the information between the patient and the clinic before the initial checkup, and later on acted as a channel for communication. The clinic is organized in such a way that any patient coming there cannot come in contact with any other patient, which is very, very important. And also, after each patient leaves, the area is so thoroughly sanitized. This is important, I think, for all clinics and hospitals to give their best effort to minimize the risk of the coronavirus for all patients. And it is very also important to be able to communicate these efforts so that we can build the trust with the patient. Our patient was happy to hear these efforts by the hospital, and he didn't have any special requests or requirements, and he was actually happy to be able to receive treatment and in a clinic that puts maximum emphasis on safety. So I believe this will be the biggest challenge for all of us during the post-corona period, communicating that our clinics and hospitals are safe. It is not enough to say that we have a high safety standard. Our safety standards simply have to be rigorous. Now, secondly, I would like to address this switch that we had from offline to online. You know, people were at home, mostly spending the time on social media following the situation with the coronavirus, but at the same time looking for answers for any medical problems they might have. So we saw this as an opportunity to build our online channels. We put extra effort into upgrading social media channels and giving the best help to our patients. This is very important that we still help the patients, although we cannot provide the treatment needed itself. You know, patients needed suggestions on what they can do from their home, how they can use remedies which are available to them in their home. But also, very importantly, patients required psychological help and comfort. You know, this was especially needed by our patients suffering from psoriasis and skin conditions. Due to the stress caused by the coronavirus, there was an increase of patients with psoriasis, meaning worsening of their skin condition. So what we have done, we have communicated through our specialized platform for psoriasis called psoriasistreatments.net. Our dermatologists gave suggestions on how to act if you have psoriasis during the coronavirus period. And we shared it with all our psoriasis patients through our social media channels to show them that we care for them, that we want to help them. The link on the platform itself, I will share later on in the chat so you can check for yourself. Now, regarding the sales strategy for the coming period, this is something that we're now thoroughly working with our partner clinics. Based on the initial information coming from the market, we can see an increase of inquiries coming from local patients and from regional patients coming from close by countries, while there is a significant increase in number of inquiries coming from patients from far abroad, meaning patients which would need to travel by airplane. This is the trend that we expect that will continue. So patients will be looking to be able to arrive by car, and they will be avoiding public traveling options, especially airplanes, and in order to avoid crowded airports. So traveling by car also gives people a feeling of safety, as they can quickly travel anywhere in case of any emergency, and they can quickly return home. So based on everything I've said now, I would like to follow up with 3 key takeaways and my also invitation for a discussion. So first is that focus on safety. You know, this is something that we cannot sell. We need to be able to demonstrate safety, record videos, share information on all the effort that you are all doing to ensure safety. So this is to increase the trust by the patients. Second is to utilize your online channels, utilize your social media channels, newsletters, grow visibility, and provide patients with helpful information. Sometimes we cannot make money from this, but we will be still able to help patients, and that is the most important thing at the end of the day. And thirdly, now be careful on investing your time in developing the sales strategy for the coming period. Carefully calculate the risk, really focus on your own countries to attract local patients, will you be going regional, or even will you be trying to reach global patients? You know? And as it was mentioned and asked several times earlier about treatment of patients that were affected by coronavirus, I would suggest thalassotherapy in Croatia, because it has proven helpful for patients with lung problems. And as we know, coronavirus is highly affecting the lungs. So thank you all for your attention. And if you have any questions, please let me know.
Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you for the detailed picture. And if you have some of our audience, if you have some questions, please send questions to our chat. And we continue. I invite Mr. Vladimir Mazepich. Can you speak now? Please switch on your microphone.
Yes, my microphone is switched on. Do you hear me now? Right.
Yes. Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello to everyone, and thank you again to the organizers in Natalia for the organization of this Zoom meeting. And it's nice to see you again after a long time, and all of you on the screen. I will go forward with information about Croatia and the region. Mr. Rendulic already told us that Croatia is one of the 3 best regions in the world on fighting against the COVID-19 epidemic, and we hope that that will still in the future due to well organized public health institutions and net of public health institutions, as well as quite good communication with our citizens. From last few days, we open our borders for 11 EU states with a strict recommendation of entrance in Croatia. The tourists or the owners of the properties in Croatia, as well as the medical tourists, they need to fully the protocol, which is called Enter Croatia. You can find it on the website of our touristic board, which need to be fully 48 hours before you come in Croatia, as well as our public health institution. They prescribe protocols how you need to behave during the stay in Croatia, as you are the tourist or you are the medical tourist. In our medical institutions, there already exist private and public. There already exist the protocols because we are using them for the last three months. And our idea is to continue with 4 programs in which we are thinking that we are the best. One, it's rehabilitation, physical and mental, especially now in so-called post-corona or during the corona time. Prevention program, lifestyle program, and aging program. So we think that in the next few months or year, our customers will be from the regional states or from the Europe, and in surroundings of the Croatia in 5 hours by car, which is the best way how to come in Croatia. Nowadays, we have 76 million people, which are 14 million over the 60 years, which means that we need to prepare, and we already have it to the program for them. Another part which is very interesting for us is the so-called dental tourism or dental services, which nowadays are on 75 to 80% of all our medical tourism offers in Croatia. So we need to spread the market, not just for our nearby countries as Italy. We're going forward to Scandinavia, Austria, Germany, and Great Britain. As I mentioned before, we already have the protocols. One of those are already launched, and until the end of this week, that will be the protocols which we'll use for all foreigners who will come in Croatia, and they need to be fully in 48 hours before they come in Croatia. Of course, if anything from the medical part of view happens during the stay in Croatia, we use our national protocols in all medical and tourist institutions we have it.
Okay, great. So thank you. Thank you for sharing our experience. If someone has questions, please write down in our website. Okay, so and our next speaker from Romania, I wish to invite George Dima, clinical implant Eladan, marketing manager. So for Mr. Dima, tell us how you work with epidemic situation, because for example in Ukraine, clinic was closed, they couldn't walk. What about you?
Hello everybody, I don't know if you see me.
No, we can't see you, but we hear you well.
You don't see me because on my laptop said that you can.
No,
no.
can't.
Anyhow,
Switch on your cam. Okay.
Yes, in our countries, the situation, let's say it's going well. It's going well. We are in the second stage of relaxation. And the government started to announce, let's say, few days before that, let's say, starting from the 15th of June, almost when the alert status will finish, and will enter, let's say, with only, let's say, only to keep that distance of 2 meters before people, will remain starting from the 15th of June. Also, we are waiting to announce regarding the international flights, because unfortunately, until now, only international road traffic were re-established with all the European countries, and flights, unfortunately, they didn't announce anything. Because as a dental clinic, of course, we are very interested in dental tourism, and Maria knows very well that at the end of February, we established some contracts with Italian Medical Tourism Agency from the UK, and then started this madness with the coronavirus, and of course that from Italy to Romania by road, we think that it's a long distance in comparison with Croatia, which is very well to go by road. Anyhow, we are ready. We take this, let's say, opportunity of when we're closed for 2 months, and we renovated, sanitized all our 7 premises, which are established in the north parts of Bucharest. And of course, now we open from the 15th of May, and with all of that, the protection procedures which our government said that we have to take. It means all the doctors are very well wrapped, let's say, in protection equipment. Also, a lot of hygienized and sanitized products we are using, and of course our patients are we are taking their temperature at the entrance. We put to sign a declaration by their own. They are not coming from the so-called red area of Europe and of the world, and they were not in contact in the last 14 days with some people. Anyhow, the situation is very good. Regarding our cured cases in our country, the percentage is 70%. It's a very, we consider it's a very good ratio. And of course, the last, let's say, recorded cases were only 119, and in the last, let's say, 10 days, the cured cases are double in comparison with recorded cases. So, as I said, we started in force because a lot of our patients said that during that 2 months of staying home, they had a lot of problem with their denture, and we are ready to help them now. And we are very crowded, we can say, and we are very glad. And of course that we are also ready. We are waiting to start that dental tourism, because as Maria knows us, we are specialized in implantology, prosthetics, and our leader of implantology team has about over 18 years of experience and about 20,000 implants. So, as I said, we are ready for this. We are, and of course that is very important, that to the international flights to be back, and all the connection of from Bucharest to UK, Italy, Spain, Ireland, and Russia, because these are our, let's say, main objectives in our dental tourism. to be recovered and to start and to go further on, because as everybody said, we have to live together with this virus, unfortunately. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dima. Thank you for your speak. Thank you for your experience. Okay, so and we moving across Atlantic. So now I would like to invite speaker from USA, Victoria. I saw you here. Great.
Hi, Natalia. It's still morning
Hi.
in the United States. I know
Great.
it's actually afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my great
Yes.
opportunity to participate in this exciting event. Thank you
Yes,
so much for inviting
Victoria
me.
is co-founder and general manager of VIP Health Ambassador. It's New York-based medical tourism company. So, Victoria, tell us about situation in New York. It was incredible some times ago. What situation now, and what expected when people and how can people come to USA in
Wow.
nearest future?
That's a tough question now because situation, unfortunately, it's still very difficult. Started on March 19th, our government issued do not travel request, and unfortunately, no one can come to the United States and no one can travel abroad. Can you hear me, Natalia?
Yes, we hear very well. Please continue.
Good, good. Unfortunately, borders are still closed, but we did not give up. And we're still providing help to our international patients who actually within the United States who came prior to quarantine. So life must go on. As you know, United States is very well known for advanced medical health system. However, difficulties in obtaining USA visas, long flights, expensive services, making USA not a primary destination for medical tourists. Despite all these disadvantages, international celebrities, politicians, embassies, and consulate workers are still coming to the United States for high quality services. Some of these patients are self-paid, some covered by health insurances, international health insurances, and for some patients, actually government pays for these services. Unfortunately, United States got hit by COVID pandemic hard. As of today, based on data from Johns Hopkins University. Can you hear me, guys? Natalia, can you hear me?
Very well, yes, please
Yeah,
continue.
because unfortunately I didn't see it. Okay, so as of today, we have 105,000 patients died because of COVID and 1.8 million people infected with COVID. We're still closed. We're probably gonna be in phase 1 reopening probably next week, which we cannot wait for. But from the beginning of pandemic, actually, our government spoke with the insurance companies and they lifted restrictions to us to provide telemedicine service. And telemedicine, telehealth, that's how we call it, became increasingly popular. And not just among locals, but also among international patients. Telemedicine became very popular among international patients because it is affordable, easy to schedule. It's a great opportunity to get a world-class consultations from the comfort of your home. It does not require a USA visa or expensive travel arrangements. Probably you guys want to know for what service people come to United States, not come, but asking telehealth visits. And I can highlight actually 2 types of services we can provide by telehealth, and probably this type of services are very popular. Number 1, it's actually people who are interested in surgical treatment in the United States, and they don't want just come and get a basically consultation and then realize that's not what they're looking for. So this type of service is very popular because actually patients able to get reliable opinion of professors from the best universities in United States at the comfort of their home, and actually they can decide if it's what they're looking for. And second very popular demand is obtaining a second opinion for cancer treatment in the United States. Because often patients contact us and asking to obtain life-saving medications which are not available in their home countries. And after obtaining official consultation from USA-based oncologists, we can help, our company, VIP Health Ambassador, can help patients to obtain necessary medications and actually ship to the countries of destination. Interesting thing about some international patients who stuck in the country because of quarantine and uninsured, we call them uninsured Americans. If they got hit with COVID, all admissions and all medical health provided for free in all USA facilities. Unfortunately, we still cannot travel, and I really hope travel restrictions will be lifted, hopefully by the end of summer. And in summary, I want to tell you, it's a great time of opportunities despite all tragic of situations, because telemedicine became amazing. It's probably helped us to see and consult more international patients than ever. Also, high quality services became available on sale. So it's like really opportunity for many international patients. And please stay safe and take care of your health.
Victoria, you can see some questions to you in the chat. Can you see chat?
I can see chat, but for some reason I don't see questions. And I think someone actually wants to ask me about a rehabilitation for COVID in the United States. Yes, rehabilitation for COVID is available. Unfortunately, due to complicity of COVID, I would not recommend anyone who was seriously hit with COVID and had like even ICU, intensive care unit admission, to travel immediately post-COVID, because it's simply unsafe because of potential thrombotic events. Rehabilitation is available not just for international, but also for local patients. Usually for someone who was admitted in intensive care units, we actually sent for special facilities which allowed 3 or 4 weeks of intensive rehab. And these rehabilitation facilities, they applying a multidisciplinary approach. So basically patient working with not just pulmonologist or lung physical therapy, but also psychologist, psychiatrist, rehabilitation therapist, respiratory therapist, because actually these survival patients, they need systemic approach to their health.
Okay, so, and we know a lot of Americans go for treatment abroad. So, Victoria, how do you think what the Americans people will need the most of, which kind of treatment they will need in nearest future when borders will open?
Yeah. I really hope borders will be open probably by the end of summer. That's my biggest hope. And everyone probably will look for immune system boosters, lung rehabilitation therapy, and also overall well-being. That's probably 3 main things: physical therapy, rehabilitation, lung rehabilitation, and anti-aging, of course.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you for sharing your experience with us. I wish you survive to be healthy and keep your smile, please. You switch on, yes, microphone. Okay, thank you, Victoria, thank you. And I would like to introduce our speaker from Canada, Mr. Swami Sutama, Canadian International Healthcare Business Development Consultant. So I saw you are present, yes?
Yes.
Mr. Swami, please share information what situation in Canada and when we can come to Canada. What about borders?
Nice question. When we can come to Canada. Good day to everyone around the world. It's been a great learning curve to listen to many of the diverse speakers on their experiences in different countries relating to incoming patients after COVID. And of course, thank you, Natalia, for giving me this opportunity and inviting me to present in this event. I'm Sudama Swami, Canadian International Business Development Consultant. I promote global healthcare and build business development strategies for healthcare providers around the world. I worked for a couple of large hospitals in the world, Apollo Hospitals, one of the largest in the world, and Italian hospital, Gruppo San Donato. And recently I did an assignment with a Norwegian hospital as well. So I'm very familiar with the international space, having worked in the hospital side. And presently I am consulting for a niche peripheral nerve reconstructive surgery practice, which is based out of New Jersey. We perform some of the most complex nerve reconstruction, post-cancer reconstruction, spinal cord injuries, trauma, limb, some of which are not even performed by Johns Hopkins or any other hospital in the world. Now, my short presentation is going to focus mostly on the expectation of outbound travel patients from Canada and a little bit about US inbound travel for treatment. Presently, the US-Canada transborder is closed except for essential services. There's only there's a limited lockdown across Canada, only domestic flights until the end of June. And moving forward, post-COVID-19 period will rewrite history, is our belief here, and it's going to reshape many things. Some changes may be for good, some may be not so good, some may be difficult to adapt. But one thing is certain, it's going to be a new world order, and we should probably cultivate patience and different ways of doing business. But beyond all of this, the most significant factor we see is the average patient or consumer cost is going to increase across the globe for a spectrum of services. Let me talk a little bit about the ground situation in Canada and talk about the transitional changes in healthcare, expectation of healthcare travelers and patients in Canada. There is a general fear of even going into hospitals for any treatment and diseases. Canadian and US patients are fearful of getting admitted, getting treatment in any hospital unless necessary. And that brings us to the interesting point that my previous colleague pointed out, the new normal, telemedicine. Telemedicine is gradually taking over the space where physicians would do outpatient visits. Recently, in conversations with the leading US and Canadian surgeons, I found that there's a preference to shift and see patients online rather than, how should I say, do the outpatient visit. So this emerging trend in Canada and in US, looking at reports of patients through telemedicine is becoming very popular because it avoids the greatest problem that COVID has created, which is physical distancing. The immediate future of global healthcare is going to rely heavily on telemedicine, which, when we stretch it further, can help medical tourism efforts. Canadian patients, I believe, would prefer seeing their x-rays, reports discussed over telemedicine consults prior to planning a visit. Now, what does this mean and how does this help outgoing medical tourism for the future? Countries whose hospitals or physicians who have telemedicine efforts and can support international patients with clear online ability to review, advise patients will benefit substantially in getting more traction and business opportunities for their patients. Accessibility to clinical information without physical contact will provide comfort to patients and support and motivate the decision of a patient to travel internationally. So when a patient decides to travel, if hospitals have mechanisms to provide necessary protection to families who will travel along with them, along with the patient, it will aid the patient in making the decision to travel. For example, sharing knowledge on the website of the healthcare provider and their country, what they are doing. If you look at Italy, people are generally very scared even to go for tourism, although the pandemic is completely down. So going for healthcare, unless they get the assurance that things are under control, it may be very difficult. So all precautions taken from arriving at the airport, measures the traveling patients and their families would like to know before they make the decision. And of course, guaranteeing no contact transfer from the arrival of the patient in the foreign country till they receive treatment will influence the decision of the patient to travel to the foreign country. Of course, patients who travel from Canada will be keen to know how EU and European countries are controlling and handling the spread of COVID-19. And yet another change I foresee is physicians may not be keen anymore to travel internationally to perform any procedures, because there's a huge backlog of procedures and many elective treatments have been put on hold because of the COVID pandemic. So they are all trying to catch up on the backlog, which means less physician travels. Coming into the US for treatment, it'll be beneficial if the traveling patient, I mean, US and Canada, if the patient will have test results stating they are negative, and this may become an integral part of the paperwork needed to travel to Canada or to the US. So for example, after the pandemic, I foresee orthopedic procedures will be in big demand for Canadians to travel outside. Presently, this is funny if I tell you this, there is a 4 to 6 weeks wait time from seeing a specialist to the actual procedure, depending on the city you live in. And this has only increased because of the COVID situation. So, considering all of these factors, Canadians would prefer to travel if some or all of the above precautions are taken and access to information on how a country and a hospital is addressing the issue of COVID patients in their country. Thank you once again for patiently listening to me. And of course, I can be contacted through LinkedIn under my name, Sudama Swami, or please contact Natalia for my contact details. And thank you once again, Natalia, for this organizing this event so wonderfully and meticulously. I really appreciate your good efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swami. You can share your contact information on the chat. Is everything allowed? So please. And thank you. If someone wish to ask Mr. Swami something, you can put information in our chat. And we continue our program. We would like to invite Aurelius Marek Petrushka, Head of International Patients Office, GVM Care and Research. So, Mr. Aurelius,
hello everyone.
Welcome to speak. Hello. Please tell us about.
I have a video presentation actually.
I think it's not allowed video presentation. Everyone speaks.
I already sent it. They have it in the technicians, Dacian and Florin. I already sent it to them.
Okay, Florin, if you can do it, please. Yes.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Aurelius Marek Petrushka, but you can simply call me Mark. I'm in charge of the International Patients Office of GVM Care and Research, one of the leading hospital groups in Italy, with clinical centers abroad as well, for healthcare without borders. With over 47 years of experience, more than 5,800,000 outpatient services. admissions each year, among which thousands of international patients. As you all know, Italy was one of the first countries to be hit the hardest by the coronavirus. That is why GVM Care and Research, which specializes in advanced medical treatments and high complexity interventions, immediately offered its hospitals and expertise, as well as its intensive care units all over the country. Thanks to the efforts of our medical personnel, hundreds of lives were saved. This care and attention given to each patient is a central part of our philosophy and carries over to our international patients as well. Thanks to dedicated officers and personnel, we make sure that each patient coming from abroad truly feels at home. Internationally renowned doctors and surgeons, minimally invasive techniques and innovative surgical approaches, use of the latest medical imaging and surgical equipment, hotel class, hospital rooms, excellent service in the patient's language, cardiac, orthopedic, and neurological rehabilitation programs, these are the elements that form our healthcare offer. And thanks to which GVM Care and Research is one of the best choices for patients looking for advanced medical treatment abroad.
So great. And for Mr. Petrushka, can you tell us what about prediction for foreign patients if when borders will be open? So what is new rules in maybe something specific in your hospital?
Yeah, I would just like to thank everyone for their interesting contributions to this discussion. I hope that all of you are well and that you enjoyed the video presentation. I would also like to thank Ms. Princivalle and Strokovska for organizing this great event. It was really inspiring to hear everyone that is, so busy getting back to work, and that we are also finally returning to our normal lives. As concerns Italy, the country is open to patients coming from Europe starting from today, and probably from the 15th also patients coming from outside the Schengen area should also be able to arrive, even though technically the government still has to enact specific legislation in this sense. So as you know, Italy was largely successful in containing the pandemic thanks to a very strict months-long lockdown. And it was also the second country in the world actually to implement such drastic measures after China, after Wuhan. So yesterday there were only a few hundred cases in all of the country, and most of them were actually concentrated in one region in the north of Italy, in Lombardy. And actually there are already, most of the regions don't even have any cases at all reported. So now, becoming sick with the virus is extremely unlikely. However, we have implemented, dedicated areas and treatment pathways for the COVID patients, as well as strict safety protocols in our hospitals to ensure that all medical personnel and the patients are completely safe. Patients are also quickly tested as soon as they arrive in our hospitals without any additional costs or fees. So I think this is very important, and I don't want to carry this out because it's late, and I understand everyone is tired. But I think that it is very important what we do, because even though the situation has now returned mostly to normal, we should really remain vigilant, because one of the reasons the virus was able to spread, I think, so much in the beginning was not only the lack of awareness concerning the virus itself, but also the fact that there were not sufficient measures to contain it. So that being said, I'd like to thank everyone for their attention, and on behalf of GVM Care and Research, we wish you all good health. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Petrushka. And for last country that will speak on our conference, it is Cyprus. I would like to invite Mr. Christos Spetsidis, Director of the Cyprus Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He is also a head of Cyprus Health Services Promotion Board, an experienced tourism industry professional with more than 3 decades of tourist industry. He's taking a very active role to establish Cyprus as a health tourism destination, and is founder and secretary general of the Cyprus Health Services Promotion Board. So, Mr. Christos Petsidis, are you with us? Please switch on your microphone.
Yes, can you hear me?
Great. Yes,
Very
yes.
good. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Natalia, and thank you very much for this opportunity that gave us even the very, very last moment.
Oh, great. Thank you. So just a lot of visitors with us. So please share information when we come and how we can come to Cyprus.
Yeah, okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone from Cyprus. Actually, the COVID-19 pandemic was confirmed to have reached Cyprus in March. And from the very first moment, the Cyprus government implemented restrictions of movement throughout the country, and also improved bans on foreign nationals entering the country. The government showed its determination to continue taking any measures necessary in order to effectively minimize the consequences of the crisis, having, of course, as a top priority the protection of the public health, and at the same time to ensure the economic survival of the working people of Cyprus, small and medium-sized business and vulnerable groups of the population. Well, Cyprus lately has taken the first tentative steps to reopen its tourism. The hospitality establishments open on the 1st of June, and international air travel will resume on 9th of June. Initially, all passengers arriving to Cyprus will be required to undertake an advanced COVID-19 PCR test in their source country with 70 hours prior to arrival, but by 20th of June, travel restrictions will be lifted for 19 countries in the first phase that have managed to clear themselves of the virus. Well, the intention is to include as many countries as possible over the next few weeks, provided, of course, that the epidemiological status has improved accordingly. For these reasons, a protocol to restart the sector has been drawn up, which sets out rules among other of the operation of hotels, restaurants, car rentals firms. Well, the protocols will enable us to safely reopen the destination and avoid the need for quarantine of visitors. Issues will include how many people will be allowed at swimming pools, how buffet breakfast will operate, distances at beaches and tourist coaches, frequent ventilations, availability of antiseptics and use of masks and gloves by staff, and other issues addressed. Ultimately, we want visitors to feel safe during their trips, but also to enjoy their stay and experience normalcy when visiting our country. When it comes to the cost of healthcare, we don't expect that there would be any major shift. When it comes to the health tourism package, though, prices will vary due to the fact that cost of air tickets, accommodations, and transfers are expected to change. Questioning whether Cyprus will have an increase or a decrease in the number of health tourists due to the pandemic is not a straight yes or no answer. On the one hand, we have the tight global economic situation. Yet on the other hand, Cyprus has proven to have faced COVID-19 very effectively and quickly, providing a sense of safety in international patients. In addition to that, and taking into account the proven advantages, which are the well-organized and the state-of-the-art private hospitals and clinics fully in the line with the EU regulation standards, our winning combination of cost-effective procedures and highly educated health professionals, with most of them educated in EU countries and also in the USA, is a major selling point. Also, our strategic position between three continents, the Middle East, Africa, and Europe, puts us in a convenient location for international patients seeking quality healthcare outside their home countries. The year-round temperate climate of Cyprus has great benefits for recuperation and rehabilitation. Cyprus also offers a safe, calm, and multilingual environment, making the patient's time here pleasant as easy to navigate. Well, it is difficult to precisely determine the new economic environment as it has been forced due to the effect of the pandemic. The international economies have suffered a very strong shock, which has affected the world economy, and unfortunately, it will take time for countries to regain their normal rhythm. I believe that in this context of these situations and the fierce competition that will exist, there will be an effort from many countries to keep prices down so that the cost of the tourist package will remain attractive for international tourists. At the same context, I believe that the health tourist sector will also have a positive direction. I am convinced that the health tourist professionals of my country will try to confront the international competition by presenting the advantages of the country, as well as maintaining the cost of the services provided at very reasonable level. Cyprus is an island known as its open-air lifestyle, abundance of the personal space, slow rhythm of life, clear air, sparse population regions. Of course, what this crisis has shown is that it has an efficient and dependable health system too. Its ratio of intensive care units, the critical care beds, per 100,000 population is the higher than in the EU average and one of the highest in the Mediterranean. Moreover, epidemiologically, Cyprus has one of the lowest ratio of coronavirus cases per capita in Europe, having tested more than 50% of its inhabitants. In case for tourists who will diagnosed with coronavirus disease during their vacation in Cyprus, the government will cover the cost of their accommodation, food and medical care, as well as their family members. The only thing will not be covered is their transportation cost of repatriation. A crucial factor is what the airlines will do as the damage they have suffered is enormous. However, I would add, as a positive element in terms of determining the cost, the reduction in the price of fuel, which generally helps the area of transportation and other services and components that makes up the tourist package. I don't think tourism entrepreneurs will expect profits for this current year. Instead, they will focus on trying to reduce as much as possible the losses they have suffered while making plans for the next years to target normalization. I believe the pandemic COVID-19 will make health travelers much more demanding and much more careful in their choices when they travel, and countries that will have proper health protocols will have competitive advantages. At this point, I repeat that Cyprus has managed to be among the countries that they managed to face COVID-19 very effectively and quickly, providing a sense of safety to international patients. In conclusion, we are excited that after having dealt responsibly with the challenges of COVID-19 in Cyprus, we are now to prime position to take care of our visitors too. With their health, safety in mind, we cannot wait to welcome them to our beautiful country once again. Natalie, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity once again.
Thank you, Mr. Christos. And for what I heard, I just want to ask you a prompt question. Is it true for foreign patients, foreign people could be treated on Cyprus hospitals for free in case they got corona?
Yeah, that's as I mentioned just before, anyone who will be in Cyprus as a tourist here and he will be diagnosed with corona disease during their vacation, the Cyprus government will cover all the costs, not only for the patient, but also for his family. The only thing that they have to do is to pay for his air ticket to return back. But you understand that most of the tourists who will be here in Cyprus, they will have their air ticket, so they cost them nothing.
Okay, great, nice news. So it's nice information that helps to develop business with Cyprus in years future. Thank you for your coming. Thank you for your receive our invitation. And I would like to announce that we do record, and after this we will do posts with countries videos on our page BookingsMed. So please. Check information on BookingsMed. Please follow us on BookingsMed. And now I want to give some announce from our magazine. It's Russian for Russian speaking audience for sure, but I think it's the large audience. So I introducing opportunity from Dr. Spa and Dr. Gio and Dr. Spa magazine. If you have suggestions for recovering from COVID infection and for strengthening the immune system, we are ready to publish search information for free. So if you give us an article on Russian language, so of course I will send you this information about this to everyone, and we'll be happy to help each country, each possibility for you to populate your new programs, and for our people who wants to have this possibility. So our magazine it's published during 8 years. So we have a large audience, almost 100,000 subscribers. So I think information will be useful for everyone. And finally, I would like to invite Maria Princivalle, maybe he has good connection and have possibility to speak. Maria, you wanted to do some important announce.
I try. Do you hear me?
Yes,
Do you hear me? Yes, okay. I try because my connections today was really very bad, but it's generally a problem in Italy. After coronavirus, we really have all around Italy very bad connections. Anyway, so I wanted to announce next activities, which means some webinars that we are organizing, but we will keep you informed by mail, by newsletter, and by social media. And we will start creating a lot of trips. Of course, we will try to follow the national rules because maybe immediately it will not be possible to meet, but as soon as it will be possible, we start sending you invitation, which is directed to association or medical agencies or facilitators in order you to discover personally destination in Italy and out of Italy. So we as BookingsMed are growing, and we think that the best way to promote and to understand a medical clinic or a thermal center is to visit it and to live personally this emotions also, to see personally these facilities, to understand, to talk with the doctors, and to understand if this destination is okay for your clients or for your patients. So from BookingsMed, we are growing exponentially because we are not asking any commission. We do not intermediate. All the commission are destined to the facilitators. We don't take any commissions. We are also B2C, and even in this case, we don't take any commission. And for 1 year, maybe more, the registration will be free of charge. After this period, it will be just €200 per doctors per year, so it will not be expensive. But we are growing because now everything is free and everybody is joining. So run with us in this adventure, and parallel to the growing of BookingsMed, we are creating a lot of activities for meeting people, B2B matching. Now we have this big conference to understand worldwide what is happening with the real situation, and I thanks all of you to have dedicated your time, which is precious. I thanks a lot Natalia for supporting us all the day because my connections were bad. I thanks also Studio 157 from Oradea, Florinda, Chanadi, and all the technicians who did follow us today. And we will inform you about next meetings, which will be shorter, but will be like B2B. You can meet directly people. I want to announce two big events. One will be European Medical Tourism in November, which is an event that we are organizing since 4 years. Last year we had almost 140 buyers coming to Abano Terme. If it will not be possible to participate personally, we will do online meeting. So B2B meeting, you will have a chance to talk directly to clinic, to agency, both of parties. And Natalia is organizing for next February in 2021 an event in Ukraine, which is also many years that she's doing, and it has a great success every year. And Anna Laura has announced, I am now the president of the Italian Association for Medical Tourism. So we have also an institution which will protect Italian companies and will help to develop medical tourism, because in Italy it was not until this period. Only just few companies had the energy and the power to promote themselves abroad. Now we have made an institution, and everyone can refer to this institution also from abroad to have connections and to develop business together. So thank you everybody. I remain at your disposal. In the coming days we will contact you by mail and by social.
Thank you, everyone, from my side as well. You are best audience. You was active, and I'm happy for almost for more almost 100 people was in the same time. Actually, we had really 500 registration for our events. So I hope everyone receive answers for his questions, and I shared my contact information in the chat, and see you soon, and wish you everyone to take care and stay safe. Bye bye.
Bye.